A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. The world always has more surprises for us than we expect. And the world of the Goldbergs has had many surprises for them recently. Now that they know that Sammy is broken with Sylvia, now that Jake and Molly know what Sammy thinks of this girl who ruined everyone and everything she touched, the whole family is anxious to leave Carolina as soon as they can and get back home to Glastonbury. As far as the family is concerned, it's only a question of packing, leaving, and perhaps regretting. But people do not relinquish the claims of the heart so easily, as we'll all soon see. Listen.
Molly, can I tell you the apple don't fall far from the tree? I know what I was talking about. Show me the tree, and I'll tell you what fruit to expect.
All right, Jake, please. Maybe Allison didn't hang up on the telephone on you.
He did, Molly.
All right, so maybe he's nervous, too. His family told him everything, so he's nervous, too.
Ma!
Yeah?
Ma!
Stanley's coming. Oh, Stanley.
That's good.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Alone? Uh-huh. Why, that's good. Not for Sylvia, huh?
Rosalie said alone, Molly.
All right. Not with Sylvia, not with Miss Allison.
Rosalie said alone.
All right. Come up, Rosalie.
Where are you running?
I'll go up, Jake. You tell Stanley that I know everything.
Why can't you?
It'll be easier that way, Jake. Yes?
Yes.
Come, Rosalie. Come. And Jake, darling, tell him gently.
I'll tell him gently.
Say that I'm packing if he asks where I am.
I'll say you're packing.
All right, darling, but just gently. Yes, please. Just gently, son. Just gently.
Pamela?
Yeah.
You spoke to Allison, Sammy?
Yes. Where's Mama?
Mama is upstairs.
Well, she has to know, Pa.
Stay where you are. Mama knows, Sammy. She knew before I knew.
What did she know? How much did she know?
She knew you wasn't on a business trip. She knew you sent a telegram. She knew the Allisons were lying. She also knew that Sylvia's brother-in-law was the one that warned her not to let you come down here in the first place.
What about Ed and Sylvia?
That I told her. The rest is up to you.
There's nothing else.
Then, what are we waiting for? Why don't we,
Ma?
Yes. Jake, I'm nearly all packed. Just for you to put yourself in your valise.
I'll do it.
No. Let Papa go. Go, Jake. Pamela?
Yes, Ma.
Are we all leaving together? Are we all going home together? Huh, Pamela?
I don't love her anymore, Ma, if that's what you're asking me.
With what, Pamela?
But she loves me, Ma. Oh, I wish it was the other way around. I don't want to hurt anybody, not even her.
She hurt you, Pamela. She hurt you. And if hurting yourself, you must do it, Pamela. You must, darling. You can't marry her, Pamela.
I told Mr. Allison I wasn't going to.
Oh, you did tell Mr. Allison?
And I told Sylvia. Oh, I know I'm right. I know with all the reason I have that I shouldn't marry her. That's why I told her. And yet...
Yet what, Pamela?
Yet, I feel this is the wrong way for this whole thing to end.
What do you feel, Pamela? Tell me.
I don't know.
Say it any way you can. Say it any way you can. I'll understand even if you use the wrong word.
Well, I just don't have any words. Like you don't know what to say when someone you love dies. You know what I mean, Ma? Maybe it's just foolishness, like hoping you'll wake up and find it's a dream. Maybe I'm hoping something will turn up and everything I know is true will turn out to be false. A miracle or something, huh?
Miracle? Men shouldn't call for miracles, except when nothing they can do can save them. A miracle family is in the hand of God. It's the hand of God stretched out to help when we no longer can have our own hand. And you, family, your life is not over. What you wanted, what you dreamed, what you hoped for doesn't end and finish with Sylvia. You have your whole life yet, and you have yourself. Between them you will find whatever your heart desires. You need no miracle, family. You need only yourself. And yourself you still have. You still have yourself. Jake?
Yes.
Where you going, family?
Upstairs. What did you say to him, Molly?
You see.
And?
Nothing. Go upstairs, darling, to him. Tell family what life without love can mean for a man.
That I can't tell him, Molly. That hasn't been my life. My life with you has been with love, not without it.
Yes. Whatever, Jake. Whatever, darling. Jake, dear, family's not family yet.
Ma!
Yes?
Here comes Sylvia.
Sylvia's coming? Oh, Jake, Sylvia's coming. Then, Jake, darling, you go upstairs.
Molly, you go up.
No, please, Jake.
Ma, please.
Go up, Jake. Don't stand. Go up to family, Jake, please.
What are you going to tell her, Molly?
Maybe nothing.
Come up, Papa, darling. She'll lose your temper.
Jake, darling, please.
Please, Pa.
Please go upstairs.
Molly,
please.
please, I have a few things to tell her before I leave.
Jake,
Papa,
please.
darling, please come up.
Jake,
Not
I said go
before I see
upstairs.
what I have to say. You can be silent, Molly, not me.
Papa,
I have to
I
see
want
her.
you to go up.
I want to talk to her.
You'll talk
I
to
want to
her.
tell her I want to see her.
Rosalie, you stay upstairs. You stay upstairs.
Where's Sammy? We're leaving, Sylvia.
No, Sammy, you haven't accomplished that much.
No? Well, why should Sammy stay?
Why should he do? If you want him to go, that's no reason for him to leave. Why don't you say something, Mrs. Goldberg? This is the great opportunity you've always wanted. You have plenty to say. Say it. You never liked me. You never liked me when you knew nothing at all about me. When I was only someone visiting you, a stranger. You were jealous of anyone who might love you. You tried in every way you could to separate us. And now you can say I told you so. You must be very happy.
I'm not happy at all, Sylvia.
You know everything, don't you?
I always knew.
Then why don't you enjoy yourself and tell me all the things I am? Why don't you say I'm a cheat and a liar and a fraud? Why don't you run through the list and check off what I've done? Everyone else is. You hated me without reason. Now you have more reasons than someone like you needs. Why don't you say them? Go on. Say them.
The only thing I can say is that you're not for Sammy. I knew that when I first saw you, Sylvia. And not for the reasons you say. People don't live day by day with such big things. They live with small ones, little habits, little ways that I use over and over and over again every day. Things as important and plain as bread and butter. In Glastonbury, I knew that those things you didn't have. And that's why you wasn't for Sammy. You lived for yourself, for what you wanted. You couldn't see that other people had dreams. You didn't have a mind for their hopes or an ear for their ideals or a heart for what someone else might believe in. You didn't care that Sammy wanted to be a certain kind of a man. What you wanted was the man you would make out of him for yourself. That's how I knew. And these stories that I heard, the lies and the suffering and the pain that I found when I came here, I don't even understand them. And I don't want to. I don't care about them.
That's all very noble, Mrs. Gold.
Noble or not, it's true.
I'm greatly impressed.
I'm not trying to make an impression, Sylvia. I'm just telling you that we're all going, all of us, Sammy too.
But you're still here, Mrs. Goldberg. You haven't left yet.
Molly listens and looks at Sylvia with an anxious astonishment. Sylvia is standing and waiting. That streak of willfulness in her nature which keeps flooding to the surface appears again. What can she do?
Conflict, vague rumors of atrocities had begun. But who could possibly believe in the safety of our homes, that soon there would be ashes of men, women, and children sifting out of the crematoriums? And so I and Norma Shearer, the premier actress of the time at MGM Studios, the two of us did not hate.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Oboler. Oxidol presents Miss Norma Shearer in a thrilling love story, The Women Stayed at Home, with the special symphonic accompaniment of Wagner's deathless love music, Tristan and Isolde. And here is our writer-creator, Arch Oboler, who will introduce tonight's play.
The scene, a windswept coast. It is night. For once the sea is calm. It waits ominously upon the edge of shore where sits a woman and an old man. For a long time they've sat quietly, but now the woman speaks to the old man, and her words lift out to the sea on the rush of the wind.
Lonely?
Yes, I was lonely. And I did what I did because I was lonely. I can tell you. This is a quiet place. My father built here because he and Mother had each other. And they wanted the lonesomeness. The village over there and we away from all the rest. My father wanted it that way. When I was very young, it was all right. I could run with the other children. It was all right. But when I grew older, it was lonely. The sea, the wind, the gulls flying. Is that enough for a girl? Yes. I was very lonely. Father died at sea. A storm. His boat. Then Mother. For the first time, I really was alone. People who have nothing remember the little things they've had, don't they? I remember things so clearly. The way the clouds were one day when the sun went down. A boat that stood out on the horizon and then in a second went under. The way so many of... No. Why talk of that? I'll tell you of John. He came to the village a month after Mother died. He had a pack on his back and a smile that lifted the heart. I met him right where we sit.
Hello, girl.
Oh,
I'm sorry if I startled you.
I didn't know that...
Yes, I know. My mother used to say it of me, too. I had to walk like a cat on tiptoe. It's a pleasant day.
Yes, isn't it?
Where are you from?
That house.
Oh. It's a strange, lonely place to build a house, isn't it?
Yes.
May I tell you my name? It's John Clark.
How do you do?
Would you tell me yours?
Celia Harris.
Celia? There's a name. Yes, from a boat.
What?
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's your name, isn't it? I've no right to use it.
You said a boat?
Yes, my boat. I'm going to make a living at fishing. That's why I came here. And I've got a new boat. Well, not exactly new, and I've been beating out the inside of my head trying to think of a lucky name for it. Celia. Ah, it's a lovely name. Do you mind if I tell you that? Do you mind?
I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything he told me. The village was so happy the day we married. It's good to remember.
Seal,
Yes, darling.
now's the chance.
What?
To get away from them.
Oh, but John.
Now, quiet. Now, slip easy as a ghost around the corner. Now, come on, run.
Oh, they'll never forgive us. Oh,
Go on now. It's the dancing and the drinking that they're after. Now, come on. Faster.
I can't. I can't.
Yes,
Oh,
you can,
really?
Seal. Come on now.
Oh, no, John, no.
What?
I can't. Not another step. Oh, it's beating so. My heart.
My heart.
John,
Oh, I want you.
I'm yours.
Always mine. Always mine.
Always mine. He said that. Always mine. Tell me, how long is always? Is always the moment he held me, and his lips were tight on mine, and his arms held me, and he... No. Why should I ask? I really know. Always with him was that night. Because the next night...
Pascal! Aye, aye. Sylvia, goodbye, darling. I'll be thinking about you. I'll bring a good catch home for you. I'll see you in a fortnight, darling. Just in a
He said that to me. But in a fortnight he was...
Dead.
I think it. I can't say it. It's been so long, and yet I can only think it.
Dead.
Do you know what that means?
We have come here to say the last words for the soul of the one whom the sea has taken to the Lord. Goodbye, John Clark. The Lord in his wisdom has buried you in the boundless grave of the ocean. We bow our heads and we weep our tears. We have the memory of you.
Do you know what that meant? I was alone again. Yes, alone again. The Widow Clark.
Hi, the Widow Clark.
I ran from the village, back up the long path to my house, and all the way it was tearing in me. I won again, alone again. But a new loneliness, a horrible loneliness. When you've had nothing, all right, you know nothing. But I'd known something now. His look, his laugh, his lips, his arms, the crush of his arms. I was alone again. A day and a night. A day and a night. One after the other. An empty day after an empty night. That's what was ahead of me. And that's what I had. An empty day and an empty night. An empty day and an empty night. Over and over and over. And there was no end. There could be no end until there was an end of me. No end to it. Until there was an end of me. And then... I heard it from far down the village. I couldn't quite understand. One of the men waving his arms at me and shouting. War! War? But everybody had said... But wait. If war had come, there'd be something for me to do. Yes. Fill the emptiness in me with something to do. Yes.
I'm sorry, Widow Clark, but there's nothing for you to do. Everything's being taken care of in the proper manner. Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do.
Nothing for me to do. Nothing for me. Nothing for me.
Maybe blockade them. You are to naval vessels, submarine, navy.
But nothing for me. War means something to those who have something to live for, to fight for. But when you have nothing... Empty days after empty nights. Over again, over again. Again I began to think. No end to it until there is an end to me. Why not? Walk into the sea. Let the sea fill my emptiness. Cover my loneliness. Why not? Why not? I left the house and walked toward the sea. The sand crushed beneath my feet the way it did that night. That night he ran with me. The water was dark. I was at the edge and into it. Deeper and deeper into it. Cold against me. Cold as the days and the nights. But this coldness would end, and with that ending put a finish to the ache in me. And then something touched me. I looked down, white in the water. A hand. John. The thought echoing in my head, and then no. A stranger. Someone. I dragged him out of the water to the beach. A stranger drowned in the sea. Dead, yes. But no. My ear against the wet of him. His heart, yes. Beat of it. Faint, but the beat of it. Dragged him, carried him to the house. Warmed him, hour after hour. And slowly the beat lifted with the blood in him. Stronger and stronger. Morning. He opened his eyes. In the first light of the sun, I saw they were blue. As blue as John's had been.
Mother.
His first words, what?
Mother.
Who? I ran to where I'd thrown the clothes, the buttons, words on them. He was the enemy. The enemy. I knew what I had to do. Go down to the village. Say, listen, everybody! A man from an enemy boat. Caught him! Come and get him! An enemy. Come and get him. I went back to where he lay. He was sleeping now. Sleeping. I looked at him. Something twisted in my heart. He slept the way John slept that night. Head in the crook of his arm. Sandy hair curling down on a forehead, smooth and brown. He slept that night.
Listen, everybody! An enemy!
Yes, I must tell them. I must. He slept. Woke for a few hours, then slept again. Let him sleep, I told myself. There'll be time to tell them tomorrow. But I didn't tell them tomorrow. He was sick. I had to make him well. Then I would tell them. How many days went? I don't remember. All I remember is moments.
Bart.
What did you say?
Bart.
No. That's a bird. Bird.
Bird.
That's very good. Pretty bird.
Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
So I began to teach him how to speak my language.
I, you, me.
Why not?
Water,
I wanted him to speak the way I did.
They, my.
In the prison camp, it would help him to know our language.
So
I taught him.
Sleep. I am Carl. I am Carl. I am Carl.
Good. Good. Now try something else.
I am Carl. You are...
Celia. Say, how do you do, Celia?
How are you do, Celia?
No. How do you do?
How do you do, Celia? I am Carl.
Soon he was well enough to be up and about. I gave him a suit of John's to wear. He would sit in a window looking out at the sea, and I would work. And listen to him. It was good. It was good to know that someone was there. Suddenly, I realized something. I wasn't lonely anymore. Not lonely. Can you understand what that means? To have had nothing and then to have something. Someone to talk to listen to laugh with, to...
Naval battle, submarine, army, navy.
But I had to tell them, I had to. And then I began to ask myself why. What had I to do with war? What had I to do with enemies?
Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do. Everything's been taken care of in the proper manner. Sorry, Widow Clark, there's nothing for you to do.
Celia, you are very good to me.
He was no enemy to me. Just Carl. And his eyes were blue. And his face was gentle. And when he smiled, his lips... No. How could I tell him? And then... it happened.
Celia, who is there?
I don't know. No one ever comes up here.
You must answer.
Hide!
No, trouble. The police, they'll take
Hide,
you.
I tell you quickly.
Well, I'd begun to wonder if you were home.
Oh, Mr. Stanford, what do you want?
Want? Now, there's a question. Climb all the way down that infernal path and you look at me as if I brought you bad news. Well, I don't, and that's a fact.
Well?
I'll tell you plain enough. A chance to do your duty. Yes, and I'm the one who's fixed it for you.
What?
What? Have you no other word but what? Your duty in this war, of course. The district teacher's off to join his regiment. You come down to the district schoolhouse 3 times a week and teach the children. A chance to do your duty, Widow Clark, for God and country.
For God and country? Teach the children. Come down to the schoolhouse. Leave him.
I will be all right, Celia. Go. I will be all right.
So I went down to the village again. And heard of many things down in the village.
They're drowning our men.
They're swamping the lifeboat. They're swamping the lifeboat.
They. Oh, yes, the enemy. Drowning and bombing and killing. They. The enemy. All day long, all I heard, the enemy. I climbed the path. Back to the house at sundown. He was waiting.
Celia, I'm very happy to see you.
I said nothing. What could I say? We ate. It grew dark. He didn't speak again. Just looked at me. And then, suddenly, it was as if he were gone. As if I had told him, and he'd been taken away. I was alone again. Alone again and lonely. No one near me. No one to talk to. The emptiness of the days again. No. I couldn't go back to that again. I couldn't. The next day, down to the village again. I wouldn't listen this time, I told myself. But in the schoolhouse, it was my brothers, ma'am, on the boat they torpedoed yesterday. They killed my only brother, ma'am. They again.
They're drowning our men! They're killing our sons! They're killing our fathers! Drowning our men! They're drowning our men! Hey!
No, I ran. Away from them. They. No more days. He was only one. Only one. And he was in my house. And he was in my heart. All right, I said it. In my heart. He spoke to me that night.
Celia, I want to say something to you, please.
Yes, Carl.
You are not happy.
No.
It is me. I know I'm...
Carl, please.
If I could speak well enough to tell you...
What?
That all these days I've been with you, I've been thinking, and I have been learning that what you and your people think is right. And because it is right, it will live. I know that now. And so the hate is not ours, not yours, not mine.
Oh, Carl.
Celia. Not yours, not mine.
I love you, Carl. I love you, Carl. So I said it. And his arms came close around me. And there was no earth or sky or death. The days after that, days that stood still in wonder, and then in rush were gone. Warm days, lazy days, wonderful days. Days when the sky reached down and lifted us up to the clouds, and we... Oh, Carl. And then a new day. A morning. Sun awakened me. Stretched out my hand. Carl. No. Carl. Carl, where are you? Carl, where are you? Carl! Gone. Gone. I cried. Not very long. You see, I understood. Always in our days together, there'd been a cloud. And with each passing day, that cloud would have grown larger and larger until there was no warmth of sun for us. The cloud of fear. Fear that someone of the village would see us. See him, and seeing him end my world for me. And he knew that. And so he went away. Where? I don't know. I like to think he took a boat during the night and sailed out to sea in it. Back to where he came from. Back to his small village by the cliffs. I like to think that. I know someday the fighting will be over. It must end. He said it.
And so the hate is not ours, not yours, not mine.
It will end. He'll come back to me. And I'll never be lonely anymore.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight has been a great privilege to bring you Norma Shearer in my play, The Women Stayed at Home. All of us here, and I know you out there, are grateful to Miss Shearer for her stirring performance. With Miss Shearer were Hans Conried and Howard Duff. The special arrangement of Wagner's Tristan und Isolde was arranged and conducted by Gordon Jenkins.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The story of Adam and Eve goes back in time to the very beginning of time, and it's a tale that keeps repeating itself throughout the centuries. Man dependent upon woman, and woman dependent upon man, with each unable to do without the other. Perhaps that's what pretty Doris Nettle was thinking of as she stood on the foredeck of the Hawaiian Queen just before it set sail from San Francisco bound for Honolulu. At least, she should have been thinking about it. For if she had, she might have avoided a great deal of trouble.
Steward, are we on our way?
Yes, ma'am.
Tracy Whitman. What are you doing on board this boat?
Oh, I had to see you, honey. I had to talk
Don't you
to
honey me. You followed me here. I'll have you put off. That's what I'll do. I'll call the captain.
But I work on this boat, Doris. I got a job as a steward to Honolulu and back.
Tracy, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You had no right to follow me. I told you our engagement was broken, and I meant it.
Oh, Doris, give me a break. I'm crazy about
You're lazy and you're a loafer, Tracy. I won't have anything to do with a man who has no ambition.
No ambition? I want to marry you, don't I? I want to raise a family, don't I? Isn't that ambition enough?
Tracy, I want my husband to make himself useful in this world. I don't care if he's a banker or a plumber, as long as he works for a living.
Well, I'm working now, aren't I, Doris? I got a job as a steward.
Only because the passenger list was probably full and you had no other way of getting on the boat and pestering me to death.
Oh, Doris, baby, listen to me. Listen to me, will you?
The stewards are not supposed to get fresh with passengers.
I'm not getting fresh, Doris. I'm proposing.
Proposing? Well, you'd better save your breath.
Oh, Doris.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the only man in the world I could marry, and that's final.
Some moon, huh?
Tracy, will you stop creeping up behind me that way?
Well, I got a couple of hours off duty, and I saw you standing here on deck alone, and...
Tracy, I want you to stop bothering me.
You really mean that, don't you?
Yes. I won't marry you now or ever.
Well, I guess I know when I'm late.
You ought to by this time, Tracy. You've been asking me ever since we left San Francisco 4 days ago. And once and for all, my answer is no.
Okay. You've made your choice.
Now run back to your work like a good little boy and... Tracy, what are you doing?
I don't know. I think I'll swim back to San Francisco.
Tracy, get off that rail.
Nothing matters anymore, I guess, and you don't care what happens to me.
Now, stop acting like a little boy and trying to scare me. Get off that rail before you fall overboard.
You wouldn't miss me.
Give me your hand and come down before you fall in.
Ah, then you do care. Oh, honey, I knew you would.
Tracy, you're slipping!
You're going in.
Tracy! Help! Tracy, wake up!
What happened?
You and your tricks. You pulled me overboard when you slipped off that rail.
Overboard? Where are we, Doris?
I don't know. I only woke up a few minutes before you did. I remember landing here on the beach last night. You were unconscious. Then I passed out myself. It's only a miracle that we're alive.
Wow. It's really not so bad.
What? What do you mean?
I don't mind being alone on a desert island with you.
Oh. Well, we're not alone, and this isn't a desert island.
No?
There are 2 women coming over that hill, and as soon as they show me where I can get some dry clothes, I'm taking the next boat. Tracy.
What?
Those women.
What about them, Dora? Holy smoke, they're carrying guns.
Tracy, I don't like their looks.
Just let me handle this, Doris. Hello?
Vera, look. Well, I can hardly believe it.
Something wrong with me?
Oh, it's true, Vera. It really is true.
Say, what's the matter?
Would you tell us where we are? We fell off our ship last night, and we're wet and we're hungry. Can you help us in some way?
Yes, get up. Get up and be quiet.
Oh.
Angela.
Help the gentleman to his feet.
Why, thanks. Thank you, but how I can manage, really.
Oh, do be careful.
Now, both of you will come with us.
Where are we going?
Never mind the questions, you'll find out. And listen, don't try to run away. Either of you. I'm the best shot on the island. You won't get far. Take them to the car, Angela, and let's get going. Oh, boy.
I'm scared.
Oh, there's nothing to be scared of.
What kind of a place is this? Who are these women?
Search me, Doris. Look, we're coming into a town.
Oh.
And the place is alive with people.
Oh.
There's nothing to be frightened about.
Yes, but don't you notice something odd, Tracy?
Odd?
Well, there are plenty of people here. But they're all women.
Say that's right.
There isn't a man in front, Tracy. Oh, look, even the traffic policeman's a woman.
Oh, where do you think the men are?
Tracy, I'm beginning to think there aren't any men.
No men? But Doris, that's crazy.
Tracy, have you ever heard of the Amazons?
Sure. A bunch of women live in the jungle and they killed every man they found.
Tracy.
Oh, but these women aren't Amazons, Doris. They're civilized. They look just like the girls back home. Yes, sir. Just like the girls back home. Wait, let me ask the driver. Excuse me, lady.
Yes?
Where are the men in this town? You know, is there a ball game on or something?
Oh, there hasn't been a man on Waco Island for 20 years.
And, mister, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Where are you taking us now? At least you can tell us that.
Well, we're taking you to Queen Hermina. She rules the island.
And then what?
Oh, you've got nothing to worry about. Blue eyes. Oh, the Queen will be tickled pink to see you. And how? And what about me?
You? Kids, you're just excess baggage. You'll probably go back where you came from. You'll get a welcome, too. From the sharks. The Queen will see you inside. Tracy's arrival's already been announced. Doris will stay here until she's called for.
Tracy.
Don't worry about it, honey. It'll be all right.
Keep an eye on her, Vera. Leave it to me. Come on. Blue eyes. I brought the man, Your Highness.
So I see. Where's the girl?
Outside.
Keep her there until I call. You may go.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Well?
You needn't feel ill at ease with me. There's nothing to be afraid of. What's your name?
Whitman. Tracy Whitman.
Tracy. That's a lovely name.
And my girlfriend's name is Doris.
I'm not interested in your girlfriend. Sit down and relax.
Thanks.
I suppose your mind is full of questions about our island and our people.
Well, it is kind of funny.
I know exactly what you mean, and I'll try to explain as briefly as possible.
As you undoubtedly know already, this island is inhabited exclusively by women. That is, until you arrived.
That's what they told us.
The people who originally founded this island, the mothers and fathers of the women who inhabit it now, came here to build a new life for themselves and a new civilization. There were too many wars in the old one, and they decided to shift for themselves.
Well, they did pretty good.
They did wonders, Tracy. We manufacture everything we need on this island, and we have almost everything you'll find in the rest of the world. Waco Island is uncharted, and we're completely cut off from the mainland. But there's one thing we lack, and we found it's the most important.
Oh? What's that?
Men.
But, what happened to the men who founded the place?
Oh, they died along with the women, and all the children who were left were girls.
No boys?
No boys.
Well, that's a peculiar situation.
Tracy, you're the first man who's set foot here in over 20 years. And that calls for a public holiday.
Well, thanks. I appreciate the honor.
I shall decree 3 days of feasting as a prelude to our wedding.
Our what?
Our wedding, Tracy. You're going to marry me. I'm queen and absolute ruler here. You shall be my king.
But I'd rather go home on the next boat.
You what?
I don't mean any offense, you man.
There are no boats. No boat could reach this island. The coral banks are treacherous. Besides, there's no reason for you to go back. I know we can make you happy.
But there's Doris.
Doris?
My fiancée. She's outside, and she's the one I'm going to marry.
Oh, indeed. Well, if Doris is your only worry, we'll fix her very quickly. Send the girl in.
Yes, Your Majesty. Go in.
Oh, Tracy. So, this is Doris.
This is Queen Hermina, honey.
Men haven't changed after all. You offer them a kingdom, and they prefer some washed-out blonde who hasn't the strength of a mouse.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
Are you engaged to this man?
No.
But he said you were.
Sure, we're engaged. She's just been spelling, that's all. Besides, I love her, Your Highness, more than anything else in the world.
That's how you feel right now, but you'll change your mind.
Not so long as I can see her and know she's near me.
Tracy.
We can fix that, too.
What?
Lieutenant.
Yes, Your Majesty?
Take the girl away. I don't want to lay eyes on her again. Do you understand?
Perfectly. Come on. Let go of me. Better come quietly now. Let go of my arm.
Hey, what's the idea? What are you going to do to her?
I'm just making it easier for both of us, darling.
What do you mean?
You said that as long as you can see her and know she's near, you'll keep on loving her.
Well?
I'm going to eliminate that minor problem by having her executed in the morning.
Oh, no.
Doris will be executed in the morning.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
Why can't I? I'm the queen. My word is law.
But you can't execute a girl for being engaged.
I don't intend to. I'll find another charge.
What other charge?
Interfering with government assets. Attempting to steal state treasures. You are a treasure, you know.
If you put one finger on Doris, you'll never see me again.
Tracy!
Look, I'll make you a proposition.
Yes?
I'm supposed to be a valuable guy on this island, and you want me to marry you. Well, all right. Give Doris her freedom, and we'll get married tomorrow.
Do you mean that, Tracy?
You have my word for it.
Then you've made a bargain. Lieutenant, send the girl back in here immediately.
Yes, Your Majesty. All right, you.
In. Oh. Doris, I've decided to give you a reprieve.
That's very kind of you.
And to show how generous I really can be, I'll also give you a job in the palace. What can you do?
I can type.
Type? Huh. We've got millions of typists on this island. No, that's no good.
Your Majesty, may I suggest, why don't you make her a lady in waiting?
Hey, that might not be a bad idea. I'll think about it. Meanwhile, I have something more important with which to concern myself. Our wedding.
Your wedding?
Yes. Tracy and I are going to be married tomorrow.
Married?
It's the only way, Doris. I mean, it's...
You needn't explain, Tracy. I understand. I understand all too well.
You know, she almost sounded as if she cared.
Oh, she'll get over it. Everyone else on this island has done without a man. She'll get used to the idea. Haven't we forgotten something, Tracy?
Huh? For what?
When two people are betrothed, they usually seal the bargain with a kiss.
Oh, yes, I think that's the custom formality.
I'm waiting, darling. Oh, Tracy, my lord.
Halt! Who goes there? Angela, to change the guard. Oh, it's about time you showed up. My feet are killing me.
Where is he?
Inside, and the Queen's orders are that he's not to be disturbed. He's not to be allowed out of his room either until the wedding. The Queen's taking no chances. She's not so dumb.
Oh, the Queen always gets the breaks.
Oh, do you know what he did when I escorted him in?
No?
Reach to the sky.
Oh, it's a hold-up, Vera.
Not a move, understand? Where's the guy?
Inside. You go into that room and the Queen will hang you in the city square.
Shut up and open that door.
Oh. Open it, Angela. She means business.
Hey, you!
Me?
Come out here.
Hey, what's the matter? What are you doing with that gun?
You're coming with me. And as for you two dames, tie 'em up, Ruby, and tape their mouths shut so they can't yell.
Okay.
All right, big boy. Let's go.
Say, what is this? Where are you taking me?
Wow, you're even better looking than I thought you'd be.
Who are you?
Who is she? Say, what are you, a hermit?
He wouldn't know who I am, Ethel. He just got here.
The lady on your right, Sonny, is Gladys Peach, the only dame in town who don't take orders from the Queen.
Yep. I'm the president of the Waco Protective Association. I protect people. For a fee.
You mean you're a racketeer?
Oh, now, that's not a nice word for a gent to use.
Listen, mister. On the south side of town, my word is law. Queen Amina's guards patrol in threes down there. When they patrol at all. What I want, I take, and nobody stands in my way.
But, what do you want with me?
Are you kidding? Listen, lover boy, how would you like to be Mr. Gladys Keach?
You mean, you want to marry me?
Got any objections?
Oh, I guess it doesn't make any difference anymore. It's all kind of funny, though.
What is?
A week ago, I was on my knees begging every girl to be my wife. Now I'm getting a proposal every 20 minutes.
Oh, don't you worry about it, sweetheart. From now on, your bachelor days are over. Hear ye, hear ye. The abductors of Her Majesty's fiancé will not only be pardoned, but will be rewarded with a royal grant of 50,000 walkers if he is brought back unharmed by proclamation of the Queen.
I tell you, Gladys, we're going too far.
Look, I got him, and I'm keeping him, period.
But the mob's getting jumpy. 50,000 is 50,000. And the Queen is combing every inch of the town for us.
So that's how it stands, huh?
Oh, you can't blame them. Anyway, you could never get away with it. He'll be spotted in a minute wherever he goes. You can't hide out with him forever.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right, Ethel. But listen, suppose I do take him back. Why should a Nibs have the privilege of marrying him?
I guess everybody would like that chance. Even me.
What's the trouble?
Look, boss. I've got an idea.
Yeah?
If you swing it on the Queen and she okays it, maybe we'll all get an even break. It's a long shot, but you'll have to admit it's fair.
So?
Listen to what I've got to say.
Inside, you, inside. Take that gun out of my ribs, you debutante.
You!
I came up here in my own time, and without a rod, I expect a little courtesy.
And who is this?
Gladys Keach, Your Majesty.
Oh, the gangster who took my Tracy?
Relax, Queen, and get this dame out of here.
I didn't have to come see, and you won't get nowhere by pushing me around.
Leave us alone, Vera.
Okay, Your Majesty.
Where is he?
Oh, he's safe. Don't worry about it.
Bring him here and I'll pay you well. You'll also receive complete amnesty, as I promised.
Look, chum, I've got a little deal to make with you, and it's the only way you'll get him back.
I see. What's your offer?
We raffle him off.
We what?
We make it a national lottery, a sweepstake with Tracy as a prize. The lucky number gets the wedding bell.
Oh, no!
My mob won't stand for nothing else, and neither will your people. You want to start a revolution? If you do, you just try and keep them for yourself, sister.
Oh, very well. I'll issue the proclamation today. Everyone will be given a number.
Okay, Your Majesty, now you're talking. And may the best gal win.
Tracy, you all right?
Oh, sure. They brought me back to the palace yesterday. What are you doing here, Doris?
I bribed one of the guards to let me see you. Tracy, do you know what's going on?
I hear they're raffling me off.
10,000 women are going to pick numbers for you. Isn't it awful?
Oh, it's not so bad.
Tracy, do you still love me?
You ought to know better than to ask.
Would you come back to me if you had the chance?
Say, you don't expect to win that lottery when the odds are 10,000 to 1.
Just answer my question, Tracy.
Oh, Doris, there'll never be anyone else in the world. No one but you.
Then what happens doesn't matter, as long as I know that.
Goodbye, Doris.
Goodbye, my darling. And keep your fingers crossed. For me.
Silence! Silence! Her Majesty, the Queen!
I will now draw the lucky number from this bowl. The woman who will become the bride of Tracy Whitman. Number 1557. And the name? Doris Neville. Tracy?
Doris, darling, you won. We're going to be married.
You haven't got a minute to lose. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Well, I thought that we...
Listen, Tracy, it's our only chance. The guards are asleep. I put sleeping pills in their drinks. And I've got a sailboat on the beach with 3 days' supply.
Why take a chance like that after all? If we can live here and have a...
Oh, Tracy! That siren means they're searching for me. For heaven's sake, come on!
I still think we made a mistake, Doris. We've been at sea 2 days. We can starve to death before we sight a steamer.
It was the only way.
But why? We'd have had a wedding that would have been stupendous. You won me fairly. Oh, Doris, what was there to run away from?
Oh, Tracy. Tracy, look! A boat!
Where? Oh, yeah.
Hey! Oh, Tracy! Oh!
They've seen us, Doris. Look, they're signaling.
Thank heaven.
Oh, Doris. Honey, I know you said you want to marry me, but I won't hold you to that.
What do you mean?
Simply because you won me in a lottery doesn't put you under any obligation, you know.
I can prove that I love you, if you want me to.
But how?
Just by telling you I didn't win you in any lottery.
But Doris, that number, 1557, it was yours.
Yes, Tracy. But every number in that bowl was 1557.
Yes?
I made sure of that before the lottery began.
What? You mean you...
I don't say any more, darling. Just kiss me. Like this.
Oh, honey.
And so we return once more to the original story, the original man and the original woman, Adam and Eve. And we find that even if the situation were reversed, if woman became the pursuer and man the pursued, the results would be the same.
The Clock will be heard again next week. This program was written by Lawrence Clee and starred Hart McGuire as the Clock. As Tracy and Doris, you heard Rodney Jacobs and Wendy Playfair. Others were Muriel Steinbeck, Diana Davidson, Georgie Sterling, Fifi Banvard, and Pat Martin. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Thin Line.
It's a thin line that separates infatuation from hate, so thin and fragile that one can change into the other in a split second. Mark Naylor would agree now that the line is a thin one, if Mark were alive. But he didn't discover it until too late. That was the trouble with Mark. He always discovered things too late. When he discovered that marrying an old woman for her money doesn't lead to happiness, it was too late. When he discovered he was in love with Ardis Mayo, her pretty companion, it was too late.
It's too late, Mark. There's nothing you can do.
Of all the places people go for asthma, she has to pick this dried-up jerkwater town in the desert. Well, I'm going to put my foot down, Ardis.
I said it's too late. She's taken a lease on this place for 6 months, and she's going to stay here. But why did you agree in the first place?
Did I know it was going to be like this?
You really fell for the travel folders, didn't you, dear? A romantic mining town, the essence of the Old West.
Yeah, that's a laugh. Why didn't you say something?
Well, you're the head of the family, darling. I only work here.
Sand. Everywhere you look, sand. Sand in your eyes, in your ears, in your teeth. Oh, what a trap.
Well, there's no use fretting about it. Emma won't leave.
No, Emma won't leave. Her asthma. Always, day in, day out, her asthma. The climate's good for her.
Ah, but you love her.
Ah, but I don't. Don't needle me. I've had all I can take.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Well, there's one consolation. She can't last forever.
And neither can you. I'll bet she hits 90.
Is that par for the course?
With women like Emma, it is.
I thought I was being smart when I married her.
Well, you met me, darling. Doesn't that mean anything?
I know it. That does mean a lot.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are you going to do about it?
What can I do?
Sometimes you disappoint me.
Why?
Oh, skip it.
Oh, now look, Ardis.
Why do you keep complaining about it, Mark? That's all you've done for the past 6 months, and it won't do you any good.
I'm open to suggestions.
Well, it's time you started thinking for yourself.
Maybe I'm not so bright. All I know is she wants to live here. And then when I think of her bank account, I don't feel like arguing.
You want me to draw you a diagram?
Maybe better.
Now, you better think about it for a while. I've got to go into town and get a prescription.
Oh, I'll go with you.
No.
Oh, why not?
Well, it doesn't look right.
But I don't see why.
There's such a thing as being discreet. I'll go alone.
Oh, great. The old brush off.
Don't be stupid. Now, just relax and think. It'll be a new experience for you.
Artis has given you something to think about, hasn't she, Mark? That's the way Artis is, always suggesting, never coming right out with a flat statement. And there's something about her that makes you listen. Maybe it's the way she handles those foreign-looking eyes. Maybe it's the way she walks, the graceful, capable way she does everything. Maybe it's just because she's Artis Mayo and she can twist you around her little finger. She is beautiful, isn't she? Maybe that's it. She's such a complete opposite of Emma, your wife.
Is that you, Mark?
Yeah, it's me.
Where have you been?
Out riding.
Alone?
Well, who would I be with?
Oh, you've been riding a lot lately, Mark.
What else can you do in this blasted country?
Oh, why do you talk like that? You know what upsets me? With my asthma...
I thought this place was supposed to fix your asthma.
We haven't been here long enough.
You talk about me being unreasonable. You want me to stay here and rot just because you can't catch your breath once in a while.
We've been over all this before. I'm going to stay until I've given the place a fair trial.
Well, that could be years. You know what it's doing to me, don't you?
Mark, I'd give in to you if I could. But I can't stand living along the coast. You know that.
I wonder.
You wonder what?
I wonder if your asthma is the real reason we left California. There's no community property law in this state.
Mark, how can you be so unfair? I'm ill.
I am, too. I'm sick of this place.
And sick of me.
No, I didn't say that.
But you think it, don't you, Mark?
Now, what are you trying to do? Put words in my mouth?
Mark, when we were married, I realized that it wasn't a normal thing to do. But you really seemed sincere when you told me that you weren't the type to be happy with a woman your own age. So I went through with it. But now everything's changed. You're disagreeable and unkind.
Oh, I'm irritable because of this filthy country. Look at this place. Nothing but sand and heat. And nights with no sound of that wind. And you suffer because I go off the handle once in a while.
There's more to it than that.
Oh, now what?
You said you were out riding alone this afternoon. You weren't telling me the truth, Mark. You were riding with Artis. You've been riding with her quite often. You've fallen in love with her, haven't you? Well, in a way, I suppose it was my fault. I should have known better than to hire such an attractive girl as a companion.
Look, I don't want to talk.
You've got to talk about it. Our marriage was a bargain, Mark. You owe me something too, dear, in return for a promise of security. A promise that when I go, you'll have everything.
I'm not kicking about our marriage, Em. It's just living here that's driving me crazy.
I doubt it. You were conscious of her while we were living in California. I've been hoping that it was one of those affairs that would die out. But it hasn't. And I've lost your companionship.
Oh.
You've made me feel miserable and undignified. You made me feel as though I don't want to go on living.
Now, don't go into hysterics.
Oh, how can I help
Well, just take it easy. All right. If it'll make you any happier, I'll stop riding with Artis.
It's going to take more than that, Mark. There's only one way to straighten out this situation. I'm going to let Artis go.
Can't do that.
It's the only way to settle it. And nothing is going to change my mind.
Think what you're doing. Artis is... Oh, what's the matter? Don't you trust me? Can't you take my word?
No, Mark. I don't trust you. I'm doing this for my own peace of mind.
Well, I won't hold still for it, Em. It isn't fair to Artis. Oh, why can't you be sensible? Why can't you...
It's no use, Mark. I'm letting Artis go. And if you don't like it, you can go too.
All right, I will.
Mark, you don't mean that.
I'm in love with Artis. I may as well admit it. If she goes, I go.
Mark, how can you be so cruel?
How can you be such a stubborn old fool?
Oh, get out. I don't want you near me anymore. Oh, get out.
Well, Mark, that does it. It's over now. The 2 years of your life you've gambled are wasted. Emma and her fortune are out of the picture, aren't they? You keep telling yourself it's just as well, that it was a mistake from the start, that you were a fool to think you'd get something for nothing. You can forget about your conversation with Artis this morning. There's no need for that now. At least you're free. There'll be an efficient Nevada divorce, then you and Artis can forget it. Yes, Mark, you're still on the same side of that thin line, aren't you? There's nothing in the world now, except Artis.
That's all she said?
Yeah. Get out. Period.
Well, what are you going to do?
Get out. What do you think?
Well, it seems rather foolish. You think she'll give you a divorce?
Of course. Why not?
You don't know her. Listen, Mark, she'll hang around your neck until the day she dies.
Wait a minute, Artis.
Don't argue with me, Mark. I know her like a book.
Look, if you're talking about the money, I don't care.
Well, I do. You know, Mark, Emma's a very unhappy woman. She suffers a lot, and, well, in a way, it would be a blessing if... Well,
If what?
There is a way, Mark.
Stop talking in riddles. Now, I tell you, she's through with me. As a matter of fact, I'm glad of it. She can take her pot of gold and find herself another husband.
She will if you're stupid enough to let her.
If you're suggesting I go back to her, you're just wasting your time.
I'm not suggesting you go back to her.
Huh?
I said there's a way, Mark. She's old, infirm. You're her beneficiary.
Artis, you mean... Why, no, I couldn't, Artis.
Oh, shut up.
But listen, well, murder's one thing.
Oh, you listen. Now, you can take your choice. Emma can have a nice, respectable automobile accident on her way to town. Or I leave tonight, alone.
You can't be serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
We never get away with it. There'll be questions, 1,000 of them. The whole town knows about you and
So
me.
what? We'll throw them their teeth. So we love each other. So Emma gets despondent and commits suicide.
People don't commit suicide by running automobiles into ditches.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. There was one last year, and I know the exact place. All right. What is it, Mark? Is it Emma or me?
Well, Artis, well, give me time to think.
There's no time to think.
But killing her,
All right. Goodbye, Mark.
Oh, wait a minute, Artis.
Well?
All right.
Good.
When?
Tonight.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Thin Line, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, what's the latest information about that new car you've been waiting for? Well, due to various reconversion problems, instead of the 500,000 new cars manufacturers had expected to produce by now, only 75,000 were actually made. Well, you know what that means. That old car will no doubt be with us much longer than we counted on. It's going to take much better care than cars ever needed before if parts that have already gone so far must stand up under still more mileage. Just lubrication won't be enough. It'll take expert lubrication by a man who knows cars and is conscientious about getting every part, giving it its full share of the exact lubricant it needs, and never missing a single one. And where can you find such a man? Why, right at that friendly station in your neighborhood, wearing Signal's yellow and black circle sign. You see, because your Signal dealer is in his own business, he has naturally made car care his specialty. And because he wants to stay in business permanently, he does the kind of job he's proud to stand back of. The kind of job that will keep you his steady customer. That's why your Signal man is a mighty good man for you to know now, when you really want your car to go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Mark, the combination was too much for you. The dull, dry monotony of a desert town, your complaining middle-aged wife, and Artis Mayo. That's the big reason why you agreed to commit murder, isn't it? You forgot about the money and the desert. Nothing seemed important except Artis. And you found yourself agreeing before you knew what was happening. But you're beginning to waver now, with the desert wind wailing outside the window as you stand over Emma's bed with Artis. Then
It's over.
Listen to her heart.
Yeah. She's alive, still beating.
Well, let's get her out of here before she comes to.
Wait a minute, Artis. No, we're not going to get away with this. They'll catch up with us, I tell you.
Shut up, Mark.
I know
It's too
they'll
late
catch up
now.
with us.
Get a hold of yourself. You are going through it. Do you hear me? Come on now, help me.
Oh, all right, Artis. Well, is this the place?
Wait a minute. Yes, it's a 100-foot drop over that bank. Come on, get out.
All right.
I'll take her feet. No, put your arm under her shoulders. Under. Yes, careful now. Now into the front seat. Easy. There. Don't let her fall on the steering wheel, you fool.
Sorry. Okay. Now what?
Fingerprints. Give me your handkerchief.
Oh, here.
Takes care of the steering wheel. Now, clamp her hands on the wheel in the driving position, so it'll be her fingerprints in case anyone should get snoopy.
Hands are cold. You okay?
All right, now put it in gear, start it rolling and jump.
Look, are you sure everything's...
Oh, of course, I'm sure. Hurry up.
All right. Okay, here goes.
All right, jump. That ought to do it. Come on.
Well, what do you mean?
We're going down to check up.
A very thorough girl, isn't she, Mark? The car is deep in the gulch. The one light still burning shows that. And you scramble down to it. The wreckage is quite satisfying, isn't it? And inside it is Emma Naylor.
How about it?
She's dead, all right.
It's quiet down here, isn't it? Don't have that blasted wind whipping around.
Let's go back.
Where?
To the house to phone into town and inquire about Emma. She's been gone a long time, and we're worried about her. Then we come back here, we find her.
We find her? Why not let them find her?
With the ground full of our footprints up on the road and all around the car? Oh, no, Mark. We do the finding.
Never thought about that. Guess I better let you run things, hadn't I?
That's a good idea. Oh, and Mark.
Yeah?
I'll be staying at the hotel for the sake of appearances.
Well, but when can...
That's going to take time, Mark. There'll be an autopsy, an inquest, and then, well, maybe in 6 months or so.
Yeah. Look, Artis, I'm sorry I busted up on you. I guess you're right after all. It wasn't so tough at that.
You're all set, aren't you, Mark? You've decided all your nervousness was imagination. You can hardly wait now to get away from the desert and start your new life with Artis. Even the sheriff is cooperative. He seems to feel genuinely sympathetic, and he's very quick to explain that the questions are merely for the record.
You know how it is, Mr. Naylor, just routine.
Sure, I know. I'll tell you everything I possibly can.
How old was Mrs. Naylor?
57.
I believe you said she came here for her health.
That's right.
How long had you and Mrs. Naylor been married?
11 months.
Did you know her very long before that?
About a year.
Year. How'd you happen to meet Mrs. Naylor?
Well, I was selling burial plots, and she was one of my prospects.
You didn't continue with that line of business, did you, Mr. Naylor?
Well, no. After we were married, my wife wanted me to devote all my time to her.
I see. Now, Miss Mayo, how long were you in Mrs. Naylor's employ?
Oh, it must have been about 5 months.
You were working for her before she came here, then?
Yes.
Have you always done this line of work, Miss Naylor?
Oh, I've done it for quite a while.
How many other people did you work for before you were employed by Mrs. Naylor?
Oh, there were several.
Are you married, Miss Mayo?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been married?
Yes, I'm a widow.
Well, I guess that'll do for now, folks.
Well, you'll probably think up something else for us later on.
Yeah. You'll probably be finding me quite a pest. But you know how it is.
Oh, sure. We know how it is.
Well, I better be getting back to town. I'll see you later, folks.
Goodbye. You never told me you'd been married.
Never occurred to me to tell you.
Well, I thought I knew everything about you. This is a new slander.
Oh, you're not going to pout about it, are you? You never told me you were a tombstone salesman.
I sold burial plots.
What an intriguing way for Emma to meet her future widower.
Don't kid about it. I'm in no mood for
Oh,
jokes.
stop fretting, Mark. Everything is going beautifully.
She's right, isn't she, Mark? Not a hitch so far. Except for an unexplained delay in the inquest. You wait. In the house you and Emma had shared on the edge of town, kept indoors by the heat and the desert wind. There are long hours to kill, all by yourself, with nothing to do but smoke cigarettes and think. Artis is almost a stranger now. She won't see you because of appearances. And on the rare occasions when you are together, there's no feeling of relief at all. Just a kind of nervousness that makes you jump at each other's throats.
Mark, will you shut up? I tell you everything's all right.
Well, then why the delay? If this keeps up, I'm going to start talking to myself.
It's only been a few days.
Oh, it's been a week. They're holding it up on purpose. I tell you, they've got something.
Oh, they haven't got a thing.
I don't care. I can't stand this much longer.
You've got to.
Oh, look, why couldn't I tell them I've got to run back to the coast on business?
You told the sheriff you'd given up your business.
Well, you could explain to
Oh,
him.
don't be idiotic. It's out. Oh, listen, Mark. We're almost in now. Let's not start wrangling. Think about where we're going when we get the money. Florida, Miami Beach.
I don't like Florida.
Oh, you'll get over it. You've never seen anything like Miami in the winter.
I said I don't like Florida.
You may as well learn right now that you're not going to get anywhere taking that tone with me.
Well, I don't care what you think. I'm going back to the coast.
Sure you are. The Atlantic coast, Miami Beach.
You know, someday you're not going to get by with that.
What?
That smug, irritating attitude of yours. You think you know all the answers, don't you?
Depends on who's asking the questions.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You answer that one.
Yes, Mark, the line that divides infatuation from hatred is a fine one. And you don't realize you just crossed it. That the groundwork is all prepared for your discovery a few days later of an entry in one of Emma's diaries.
January 18th. Today, I've finally decided to take Artis's advice to go to the desert. I know Mark won't approve, but Artis is right after all. My health does come first. That little liar.
Who is it?
Mark.
Oh, don't knock the door down. Just a minute. What's the matter with you? I told you not to come here.
Close the door.
Now, wait a minute.
I said close the door. Now, go on, sit down. I want to talk to you.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Go on, sit down. All right, since you're an expert on questions and answers, how about this one? Whose idea was it coming to the desert, yours or Emma's?
What's that got to do
Shut
with...
up. It has everything to do with it. It means you had the whole works planned before we left California. You figured me for a sucker, didn't you, Artis? Yeah, you had the whole picture. Convincing Emma to come here, knowing it'd make me willing to kill her after kicking around in the sand and heat for a few months.
Oh,
Don't argue with me. It's all there in Emma's diary.
What do you mean it's in her diary?
I mean, there's enough foundation for some pretty solid guessing. You even had the community property law figured out, didn't you? Yeah, back there, I was legally entitled to half her income. Here, I don't get a dime. You knew that'd work on me, too, didn't you? Especially with that sand grinding into my brain.
It was Emma's idea.
Oh, don't give me that. You suggested it to her. You kept prodding her until she gave in.
Keep your voice down.
You want to marry me, don't you? Why?
Well,
So you can take care of me like you did Emma. That's it, isn't it?
If you don't keep quiet,
You
I'll...
do nothing. And you're not running away from me any longer.
Keep away from
I'll
me.
show you who's doing the thinking from now on.
I said keep away from me.
I just want to get my hands on that lily white neck of yours.
I'm warning you,
You
Mark.
put down that gun.
Get away from me. Mark!
You let me hear you argue now. Oh, boy, you... Oh.
You big baboon.
So it didn't work out, did it, Mark? The thing got a little too complicated for you. You were never cut out for murder. You knew it from the first. And now that it's over, even the sheriff is convinced that you'd be the last person in the world who'd ever think of killing anyone.
But I'm telling you the truth, Sheriff. I shot him in self-defense. Yes, he came into my room in a rage, and he tried to kill me.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Mayo. You're not trying to tell me that a spineless little guy like Mark Naylor...
but you don't know him.
Don't tell me I don't know him. Why, he'd pass out at the mention of murder. And you're trying to tell me he walked right up to you and tried to kill you with his bare hands while you held a gun on him without any reason?
He had a reason.
What?
Well, I don't know what it was, but...
Oh, you don't know what it was, but you're sure he had one. I guess that'll be all, Miss Mayo.
But, Sheriff...
I said that'll be all. You can save the rest for your trial in court. I'm holding you for the murder of Mark Naylor.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, let me ask you a question. Why do you suppose it is that the new 1946 cars are putting so much emphasis on more miles per gallon of gasoline? Is it because folks today are interested in making dollars go farther? Well, yes. But even more, they're interested in the reasons back of that mileage. The improved engineering, the higher compression and better carburation that make the new cars go farther on each gallon. And there you also have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud to announce that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, that increased mileage is the result of power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say look to your speedometer for the final measure of gasoline quality. You'll find that the super-powered gasoline that gives you peak performance is also the gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Mark, you crossed the thin line. And once across it, everything fell to pieces. You didn't realize until the last moment, until the instant between the blinding flash of the gun and the plunge into blackness, how much you hated Artis. How far to the other side of the line the murder of Emma Naylor had thrust you. And it was all so unnecessary, Mark. If you'd only read further in Emma's diary, particularly the last entry.
Mr. Coroner, I don't understand how a woman in Mrs. Naylor's condition could go riding in an automobile.
Frankly, Sheriff, I think she was capable of almost anything. There's no arguing with the results of the autopsy, and of course the entry in her diary is conclusive.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Enter the verdict in the record, clerk. Death by suicide from a self-administered dose of Aminol taken in a fit of despondency after being deserted by Mark Naylor, her husband.
That's all, sir?
Yeah, that's all. The case of the death of Emma Naylor is closed.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Buckley Angel, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It was a quiet night for San Francisco, almost too quiet. The fog, drifting in from the Pacific, had hung lazily over the city streets at first, then settled down heavily, thicker and thicker, blotting out everything. There was something ominous about it, even to an old San Franciscan like Hilary Gaines. And although he wouldn't admit it even to himself, he was wavering. Mildred's nervousness when he'd stop by to pick her up made it worse. Here it was, he kept telling himself, the moment they'd both been waiting for, planning for, anticipating for so many months. The moment when she'd make the break with her husband once and for all. Pack her bags and go away with Hilary. Yet something felt wrong somewhere. Maybe it was the fog or the still.
All right, Hilary. I guess we're ready.
I put your bags in back there. Did you leave the note?
Yes. He ought to be home any minute.
Probably in a bar somewhere. Come on, let's go.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mildred, dear.
I have the strangest feeling somehow. I'm afraid, Hilary.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Afraid of what?
Just it. I don't know.
Neither do I. Come on, now, get in. You better roll up that window. The fog's beginning to roll in. Now, darling, you've just had a case of nerves. You're excited.
I don't know. I keep feeling something's going to happen.
Something has happened. You've left that no-good husband of yours. You played nursemaid for 6 years, and now it's over.
Yes, it's over. What a way to end it. Sneaking off like this, leaving a note on the dining room table.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I might have been more above board.
Oh, forget it, Mildred. You don't owe him a thing.
No, I guess I don't. Maybe I should have had it out with him. Told him I was leaving and wanted a divorce. Hilary, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Oh, for the love of Mike. Mildred, we've had this out a dozen times. I don't want to go over it all again.
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know I was going to feel like this.
You're still not sure, huh?
No.
Okay, if you're not sure you want to go through with it, if you want to go back to that no-good heel, I'll take you back.
No, Hilary, I don't want to go back.
Then what do you want?
Can't we do it some other way?
As long as you don't know what you want.
You're going back?
I'm taking you back. And if there ever is a next time, make sure you know what you want. This blasted fog, I can't see.
Slow down, Hilary.
What time is it?
It's 5:07.
What time does George get home?
7 usually.
We might make it. Now that you're going back, I just as soon he didn't see that note.
Oh, good heavens, I forgot all about it. He's probably home by now. I know it. Oh, Hilary, if he... Look out, that man! Oh, you hit him.
Here he is, over here. Mildred, it's your husband.
Tommy. Oh, Tommy.
Shut up.
I've got to get him to a hospital.
Wait a minute. No, it's too late for that. He's dead.
I told you. I told you there's something wrong. It was all my fault, Hilary. It's all my fault.
Mildred. And listen, there's nothing we can do for him now. We've got to get out of here.
What?
People know about us, Mildred. They'll never believe it was an accident. They'll say we killed him on purpose. Oh, come on. I've got to take you home.
a decision, didn't you, Hillary? You had a choice and you made it. You figure it's far safer to take a chance on a hit-and-run charge than to face the police and the prying neighbors and try to explain that it was pure coincidence that caused you to run down Tommy Hardwick a few blocks from his home. Pure coincidence that you happened to be riding with his wife, Mildred, at the time. Yes, it flashes through your mind during the few seconds you and she stand there in the fog looking down at him. And you think it over carefully as you lead her back to the car and take her home.
You'd better sit down for a minute. That's it.
Did it really happen, Hillary? Did we do it? Is he dead?
Take it easy, dear. It's going to be all right.
It doesn't seem real. The fog, silence, looking down at him lying in the mud. Oh, Hillary.
Mildred.
I can't help it. What have we done?
Listen to me, Mildred.
I can't think about it.
I said listen to me.
Please, Hillary, please don't.
I know, I'm sorry. You may as well face it. There's only one way out.
Somebody must have seen it.
No one saw us. Now listen, we've got to play it straight.
What?
Here's what you've got to do.
Hello? Robinson Finance Company, please. Hello? I'd like to speak to Mr. Halbert, please. This is his wife. He's gone? When did he leave? But that's 2 hours ago. I don't understand. All right, thank you. But you see, I thought Mr. Halbert might have stopped off at the club on his way home. He's over an hour late now, and he hasn't telephoned. When did you last see him, Ed? But he's never been this late before. I've had dinner ready for now. Oh. Well, maybe I'd better, Ed. I'm worried sick.
Mrs. Hardwick?
Yes?
Nolan, police headquarters.
Oh, something wrong?
Mind if I come in?
No, please come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
What is it, Mr. Nolan?
I've got a tough job, Mrs. Hardwick. Sometimes I think I ought to be in the haberdashery business or something.
Did you come to here and tell me that?
No, I came to tell you that...
Tommy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something's happened to him.
Can you take it?
Tell me.
He was killed tonight by a hit-and-run driver.
Killed?
Yeah, a man and a woman.
What?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hardwick. Believe me, I'm not going to rest until we hook those two and throw the book at them.
A man and a woman?
Yeah, in a club coupe, we think. Happened about 8 blocks from here. They ran into him in the fog, stopped, got out, looked him over, then got back in the car and drove away.
Someone saw them?
Yeah, 2 people saw them. The lady in the apartment on the corner heard this crash and saw them out of her window. Couldn't tell much in the fog, but she gave us something to go on anyway.
Oh, why didn't she?
She was in the shower.
What about the other one?
That's what makes us think there's something haywire somewhere. She saw them stop, pulled up alongside a parked car. They ran back, checked the body, and then drove off. 10 seconds later, the lights in the parked car go on, and it drives off, too.
Oh.
Yes, it surprised me. Our prize witness was still sitting in that parked car all the time, and he hasn't showed up yet. But don't worry, Mrs. Hardwick. There isn't much we can do about your husband, but we're sure going to nail that guy and his girlfriend. Yeah, we'll make the inquest business as easy as possible for you. I'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Okay. I know how you feel. If I were you, I'd call up a friend or something. It's a bum time to be alone.
Thanks.
Good night, Mrs. Hardwick.
Good night. Hillary. Hillary!
I heard it all.
What are we going to do?
The street was wet. Probably got tire tracks.
Well, work. They know everything.
Wait a minute. That woman in the shower, she couldn't have seen much in the fog.
But what about
Yes, the guy in the parked car.
How will we ever find him?
Don't worry about that, baby. He's probably going to find us.
Yes, Hillary, the man in the parked car is a problem, isn't he? It's obvious he saw everything. He was close enough to even see your license number in the fog. Close enough to hear what you and Mildred said to each other before you drove off. For the next day or two, you can feel the sword hanging over you. And you tense yourself, waiting for it to drop. But strangely enough, nothing happens. The inquest goes off without a hitch. The woman in the shower offers nothing in addition to her original statement. You have the dent in your fender repaired, manage to find 4 second-hand tires, and you dispose of the ones on your car. A few more days pass. You begin to relax a little. Perhaps the man in the parked car has reasons for keeping out of it. Being involved as a material witness. Yes, maybe that's it. Then a week later, you're sitting at your desk at the office when...
Yes?
There's a Mr. Baldwin to see you, Mr. Gaines.
Baldwin? I don't know anybody by that name. What does he want?
He says it's about insurance.
I'll tell him I have plenty of insurance.
I did. He says it's extremely important.
Confound it, Now, wait a minute. What kind of insurance?
Just a moment. Accident insurance, Mr. Gaines.
I see. Send him in.
I apologize for intruding, Mr. Gaines. I realize you're a busy
Sit
man.
down.
Oh, thank you.
To set you straight, Mr. Baldwin, I'm already insured up to the hilt. My lawyer advises me I'm covered for all possible contingencies.
Of course. My card, Mr. Gaines. I've been connected for some years with the Valley Indemnity, a most reliable company.
I see.
And in addition to the coverage the company offers, I do a little underwriting on the side. You see, although the insurance business is one of our oldest and most venerable professions, we have yet to devise a policy which covers all risks.
What do you mean by that?
The human factor, Mr. Gaines, is one that no one has ever been able to reduce to statistics. And consequently, is a risk no company can afford to underwrite.
Would you please be specific?
Well, you're obviously a man under pressure, Mr. Gaines. I dare say you're in need of the type of coverage I'm offering you at this very moment. You see, I'll protect you from loss resulting from, well, shall we say, hasty and unwise decisions.
Now, see here.
Just a moment, Mr. Gaines. To be specific, the decision you and Mrs. Hardwick made the other night at 15th and Maple Street. I happened to be there at the time, and I said to myself, now there's a man who needs insurance.
I see. And what's the premium?
I thought you'd understand. Of course, I'll write up our customary public liability policy. That's about $30. And the premiums on the other coverage runs rather high, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, I expect they do.
Shall we say $470? That makes it an even $500 in all.
And how long does the coverage last?
Well, I've been thinking for some time about changing my connections. They tell me there's lots of opportunities in South America.
When are you leaving?
Very soon, I hope.
So do I. All right, Mr. Baldwin. I'll buy your policy. And I hope you're not kidding about South America. How much do you want this time?
$2,000.
I won't pay it.
You would pay it, however, if you had my assurance that this is the last time?
Yes, I expect I would.
Very well. You have my word. I'll drop by this afternoon for the cash. Now, an oil well is one of the most profitable of investments, Mr. Gaines, and I'm sure you'll find this venture a wise one when you consider the future, of course. Oh, by the way, I expect to be leaving next week. $2,300. Congratulations, Mr. Gaines. You're part owner of the house. This is mine. It's too bad in a way that I've had to postpone my trip to South America until Friday, but so much the better for you.
You dirty leech, get out of my office.
Now, wait a moment, Mr. Gaines.
I'll kill you.
I knew you'd come to that eventually, so I made provision for it. You see, I've written a complete account of the unfortunate affair at 15th and Maple Streets to be opened and read publicly in the event of my death.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
I'm pleased to think so. Now, I think it would be rather unwise for you to make another unfortunate decision, don't you? Especially in view of my projected trip to South America.
You're helpless, aren't you, Hillary? There's no way out now. You change inwardly as the thing goes on. What was anger and outrage have turned into fear. Mr. Baldwin's periodic visits have made quite a dent in your assets, haven't they, Hillary? Today isn't far off, and there'll be nothing left to pay him. If you could only get your hands on the account he's written, the protection he's provided for himself. Yes, you'd kill him if it weren't for that, wouldn't you, Hillary? Then at last you get a lucky break.
I know where it is, Mildred. I found out where it is.
What?
The account he's written. The thing that's going to be opened if he dies.
Where is it?
In a bank on Market Street. I saw him today and followed him. In a safe deposit box. I'm sure of it.
What good does that do us?
He keeps the key on it. I was standing in the crowd when he took it out of his pocket and went in the gate.
Hillary, you're not going...
Never mind, Mildred. Let me make that decision.
You've made that decision already, haven't you, Hillary? You've known for weeks that there was only one way out. And the moment you saw him walk into the safe deposit department in the bank on Market Street, you decided to take the chance. You follow him home a few days later. Note the garage where he keeps his car. Watch him as he walks the block and a half to his apartment on the other side of the street. That's important, isn't it, Hillary? He lives on the other side of the street from the garage. You were careful to notice he wasn't recognized at sight by the guard at the bank, and gather that he hasn't been in the city long enough to be known. That fits, too, doesn't it? So it's all planned carefully when he calls you a few days later.
Now, first of all, Mr. Gaines, I want to impress on you that I have my reservations. I'm leaving Monday for South America.
Yes, of course.
Now, there are a few matters I'd like to clear up before I leave. I must deliver your insurance policy, of course, and then there's the matter of the radium.
Oh, it's radium this time, huh?
Yes, an exploration company I'm incorporating. I'm sure you'll be interested, Mr. Gaines. I'll call on you sometime tonight.
Look, if you don't mind, I'd rather call on you. Will you be home tonight?
I expect to be home later in the evening.
What time?
About 10 or so. Is there some reason for this, Mr. Gaines?
Yes, a very important one. I'll explain when I arrive.
I see. Very well, Mr. Gaines. I live at 2201 March Way, apartment 308.
All right, Baldwin, I'll be there. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes, Hillary, it's all planned, isn't it? At 9 o'clock, you're sitting in the coffee shop across the street from the garage in which Mr. Baldwin leaves his car. You thank your lucky stars for the weather. The fog has rolled in again, making it difficult to see clearly more than 100 feet. Promptly at 9:45, you see his car roll into the garage entrance. And 2 minutes later, you're sitting at the wheel of your car, waiting for him to come out. Suddenly, you recognize him as he comes out, the plump figure, the rolling walk. You wait until he gets halfway up the block, about to cross, and then...
There's your payment, Mr. Baldwin. Yeah, dead all right. Now, the keys. Yeah, his wallet. There we are.
Hey, what's happened here?
Officer, I'm afraid to say... Looks like I...
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Good thing you stopped, though. I'd hate to see you pull hit and run after it was all his fault.
Huh?
Oh, these dumb pedestrians.
What was that?
I'll have to take your name, of course. Know who he is?
What? No, I don't.
Well, we'll have to check.
Will I be held for murder?
No, don't worry about it, mister. I saw the whole thing. Guy stepped out from behind a parked car in the middle of the block. No, we won't have to hold you.
That was unexpected, wasn't it, Hillary? You can't help wondering about the unbelievable stroke of luck that night as you set Baldwin's driver's license before you and practiced his signature over and over again. 10 times, 100, 1,000. Finally, you're ready now for your visit to the safe deposit box tomorrow.
Excuse me, please. Pardon me, sir. Pardon.
Yes, sir?
George Baldwin, box 1438.
Okay. Sign here, please. You got your key?
Yeah. There you are.
All right. Oh, Baldwin, 1438. Now, let me see. I got a note here.
A what?
Just a minute here. All right, here it is. It's about the rental on the box, 3.5, due on the 15th of last month.
Well, I'll take care of it right away. Must have slipped my mind.
Okay. This way, please.
Yeah, thank you.
You can take it in any one of those booths over there.
Oh, thanks. Lines. Cancel checks. Ring. To whom it may concern to be opened in event of my death. That's it. This
is to certify that on the night of May 10th, I witnessed a hit-and-run accident at the intersection of 15th and Maple Streets in which...
Thank heaven. I got it. I'm in the clear. They can't touch us now.
So things are looking up, aren't they, Hillary? It isn't hard to find answers for the routine questions they ask you at headquarters. You obeyed the laws of the letter, didn't you? Stopped immediately, did everything you could for the victim, cooperated with the officer. You're sure now that they can't touch you, now that the letter marked to whom it may concern is gone, the wallet and the keys disposed of. Mr. Baldwin has been paid off, hasn't he, Hillary? In the only currency he understood. But a week later, when you drop by to see Mildred, you find her a little skeptical.
Hillary, dear, you shouldn't have come. You know we agreed it was best to stay apart until Mr. Baldwin...
Don't worry about Mr. Baldwin, Mildred. I told you he won't be back.
But how can you be sure? He's a chronic liar. Everything he's told you, everything he's promised...
I told you he's through. I had it out with him once and for all.
Oh, I don't believe it. He'll be back. He won't stop until you've given him every penny you
Mildred,
have.
please, forget Mr. Baldwin, will you?
How can I? He's ruined everything.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Answer it. I'll be in the bedroom.
Hello, Mrs. Hardwick.
Mr. Nolan.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Gaines, if you don't mind.
But Mr. Gaines...
He's here. I saw him come in.
Hillary?
Tell him to take his time. I got all evening.
Hillary?
Sit down, Mr. Gaines. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Just checking further into the death of Mr. Baldwin the other night.
What?
I thought you'd be surprised, Mrs. Hardwick. Gaines, we found something in Baldwin's pocket that might interest you. Here.
What? That's an insurance policy.
The report said you claimed you didn't know him, Gaines. This policy's made out to you.
Well, guess I didn't recognize him.
Sure.
Well,
Another funny thing. He puts his car in the public garage, locks it, walks out, gets knocked over a half block away, and his keys are gone. Somebody got to him and took them, huh? Somebody who wanted the key to his safe deposit box.
Oh, wait a minute. You have no right to make an...
We know it was there because there was a notice in his pocket saying payment on the box was overdue.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
As a matter of fact, we checked the box, found that according to the timestamp on the bank slip, someone impersonating Baldwin visited the box 16 hours after Baldwin died. Not for money, understand. He left that. He was after something else. Now, if you were in my shoes, Gaines, how would you add up that column of figures?
Hillary.
I can't
He was
see
shaking you down, wasn't he? Well, wasn't he? Okay. You have the right to act dumb if you want to, but you better talk fast to a smart lawyer, Mr. Gaines. Because when you add a motive like blackmail to an accidental death, you get first-degree murder. We know the guy. We've been checking his record during the past few months, and we got a good idea he hit you for the biggest bite of all on the night he was killed. You see, a blackmailer's like a hit-and-run artist. The big bite comes just before he skips. And, there was something else in Baldwin's pocket, Mr. Gaines. A ticket on the next ship to South America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Time of the Big Snow.
We were so small. Dad, it was such a big snow. Wasn't it, dear?
My, wasn't it? I remember.
Remember, it was the day after New Year's.
It started on New Year's night.
I remember. We hadn't had much snow that year. Only a little Thanksgiving Day. But no, the day before Thanksgiving.
When you were Miles Standish in the exercises. And I was Priscilla, and Irving Bauer was Wattawamut, the Indian.
I'll never forget that. He was the fattest Indian I ever saw. I can still hear him
Now Wattawammet can see by the fiery eyes of the captain, angry is he in his heart, but the heart of the brave Wattawammet is not afraid at the sight.
And then you handed him a bag full of bullets, and he dropped them and yelled, ouch. And his Indian headdress fell off.
And Mrs. Mavity was so mad. And then we went out.
And it was snowing.
Oh, but that was a little bit of a snow.
Not like the big one.
Not a bit like the big one.
I remember Mama was just lighting the lamps, and I looked out the window, and I saw the first flakes coming down. And I said, oh, Mama, the old woman's picking her geese.
My grandma always used to say just that.
Everybody did when it started to snow. And I remember how I wanted to go out with my new sled that I got for Christmas. And my dad wouldn't let me.
There wasn't snow enough.
I know it. But I was so disappointed. And I sat by the window and looked out and bawled till my dad spanked me.
I had to carry in the coal. That was one time I didn't mind it because it was snowing.
And it got dark so quick.
We sat by the stove after supper and Mama read us Whittier's Snowbound.
I remember you told me.
The next day, the day after New Year's.
And we finally got out.
Gee, it was so high. Almost up the top of the fence. Mama said not to go far because it was snowing so hard. Remember?
They didn't want me to go out at all. They said I'd get lost. But I said I was going to be with you, with Ted. And Ted's a big boy. He won't let me get lost.
We lived on South 5th Street then, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
The houses were kind of far apart, kind of back from the street. There were big trees on each side of the street that almost met in the middle and that kept the snow from getting too deep out in the street. I dragged you along on your sled. Me with my new .22 rifle I got for Christmas. There was hardly anybody on the street. Everything was so white, so quiet. We heard sleigh bells, remember?
It was Mr. Giffner.
The mailman at his cutter. Yeah, wasn't it pretty, Kate, how that old horse of his...
Queen, her name was.
That's right, Queen. How Queen's hoofs made the snow fly without making any noise at all. Only the sound of the sleigh bells. We got out of his road, Mr. Dittmer dashed down past his cutter all bundled up. Yeah, it was cold, too, wasn't it? We were bundled up, too. I had on my red tassel cap, I remember. You had on that little squirrel skin muff and red mittens.
Mm-hmm.
We were 7 years old. So happy. That was a long time ago. And my, how the snow was coming down. You could almost see it getting deeper and deeper. We could hardly tell where we were. Was that Morris's house there on the right, or was it Waltmeyer's? It was fun, wasn't it, Kate? Just the two of us alone together in a great, big, white world. And then I began to get a little worried. The wind was starting to blow pretty hard. I couldn't see a thing. I turned around and called to you. I said, Katie, we better turn around and go back.
Turn around and go back. What? I said we better turn around and go back. I can't see where I'm going. Scaredy cat? No, I'm not scared. We might get lost, and you know what? What? I don't want to get no spanking. Your mother won't spank you? Yes, she will. She said to stay right near home. Well, we're right near home. Yeah, but I don't know where. Well, there's Morris's house, then Waltmeyer's, then Reverend Bowman's, then there's Bolanders and Willie Jansen's and Judge Curran's. Only I don't know where I am. Are we lost? No, we ain't lost yet. But I want to know where we are. Let's go over to the sidewalk and look and see. Snow's awful deep over there. Well, if you can't pull it, let's do it. I'll get off and walk. You can help me pull it. All right. Nice. Isn't it fun? Oh, I'm cold. Sissy. Come on and help me with a sled. Sissy. Shut up.
Where are you going?
The sidewalk's over here.
'Tis not. It's this way.
'Tis not.
'Tis not. Yes, I know. Besides, you told your mother you wouldn't get lost if you was with me.
Well?
Well, don't you get me lost. Come on now, right this way.
Oh, my. It is deep, isn't it?
Sure is.
I don't see the trees.
They're right here. Come on.
My. This is like being explored, isn't it, Teddy?
Sure. Now look out for the polar bears.
Oh, I'm not afraid of any old polar bears.
I'd shoot them anyways.
Seals, though.
What about seals?
They bite.
I'd shoot the seals, too, and get you a sealskin coat.
I don't see the sidewalk, Teddy.
It's right here.
Where?
In a minute. My, this is deep snow.
I bet it's the deepest in the world.
Yeah. Ah, see, there's the sidewalk. No, it ain't.
I told you it was that way.
Come on, I know where I'm going.
I'm cold.
You see?
See what? See what, Teddy?
Well, stop calling me Teddy. My name's Ted. Oh, did you fall down?
It's so deep. Where are we, Teddy? Ted?
You scared?
No.
Well, come on. The sidewalk's right here.
No, it isn't. It's the other way.
Well, all right, let's see.
It's right over there.
See if the snow would only let up a minute.
Then we could see.
Well, I guess Commodore Perry didn't need to see.
He's older than us, though. You see the sidewalk?
I can't see anything.
I'm getting awful tired.
Put your arms around me.
I don't think I could walk another step.
You want to stop and rest?
No. We'll rest when we get to the sidewalk.
All right. Hang on to me, then. It's this way.
No, you're going wrong. It's this way.
And then the wind came up stronger. The snow was a solid white wall before us. Of course, it's true we were both very small, but nevertheless it was a deep snow and growing deeper by the second. I don't know how long we wandered, but my legs were getting awfully tired. I was staggering a little. The sled seemed to be dragging us backward as we struggled along. And I admit that I, the intrepid explorer, I was very close to tears. Only the thought of Kate's reaction to my tears kept me from busting out bawling. And then I smacked full force into something solid, and I saw a million stars.
Ow! What's the matter?
I bumped in my head.
How?
I bumped into a tree.
A tree? Where?
Right here. Ow. Well, anyways, I found the sidewalk. Now we'll see where we are.
Maybe if we knock on somebody's door, somebody will take us home.
My nose hurts. I'll get some arnica or something from the people in the house.
Yes, but where's the house?
It's right up here.
Maybe,
it has to be right up here.
Maybe we should holler.
Yeah, let's do. Hey, Willie Jensen!
Hey, how do you know that's Willie Jensen's house?
Well, whoever it is. Hey! Now listen. Did you hear something?
I thought maybe I heard a door open.
I never heard such a welcome sound in all my life. Did you, Kate?
I should say not. I know what I thought of. A nice, great, big, red-hot stove and me sitting just as close to it as I could without bursting into flames. And steam rising up from our wet clothes. And the good smell of coffee and fresh-baked bread coming from the kitchen.
Yeah, I thought about coffee, too, even though my mother never let me taste it. And I thought, maybe they'll have some oyster stew. Only it's kind of early in the day for people to have oyster stew. That's for tonight. But maybe a cup of cocoa. There'll probably be Albert Morris or Willie Jansen or Edith Bolander to help drink the cocoa, eat the oyster stew if they have any. And I tell you, I just crashed my way through the snow toward the sound of that voice we'd heard calling. And then suddenly Katie yelled, I see the house.
I see the house, Teddy. Hurry, hurry. I see it. Hurry. Whose house is it?
I can't tell. Oh, here's the steps.
Hello. There isn't anybody, Teddy.
Well, they went inside, silly. Think they're going to stand out here in the snow when they don't have to?
Oh. Well, not.
As soon as I get my mittens off.
Maybe they went into the other room. Why, the door's open. Come on.
Well, but... Come on, we can't stand here all day, I guess.
There wasn't any nice big red-hot stove.
There wasn't any oyster stew either. Or coffee. Or cocoa.
There wasn't anything. The house was empty. Katie and I walked into the big, bare, empty room. And it was almost as cold in there as it was outside. Only, of course, it wasn't snowing. But now we could hear the sound of the snow on the windows. Its soft little padding sound. The sound you wouldn't hear ordinarily. It was louder than the beating of our hearts. And we just stood there. Katie was still sniffling. And I admit I didn't feel much like Commodore Perry. Because the house was empty, you see. And there wasn't an empty house anywhere on South 5th Street. Morris's and Walt Myers and Reverend Bowman's, Bolanders and Willie Jansen's and Judge Kern's. But no empty house.
Where are we?
And I couldn't think where we are at all. I knew we weren't on South 5th Street, but I didn't know where.
Explorers always wander in circles.
And I looked around. There wasn't a thing in the room. Not a chair nor a table. Not anything. But the room seemed somehow to look as if somebody lived there anyway. And I said to Katie, I don't know where we are.
Maybe we better get out of here.
I'm cold.
Well, we can stay a minute and try to get warm. But we better not stay here very long.
I'm cold.
Well, let's sit down here in the corner and try to get warm. At least there isn't any wind.
I don't want to go out in the snow again.
My goodness, we'll have to, Katie. We have to go home.
Maybe our folks will come looking for us.
Yeah.
Anyway, how could we find our way home again?
I could find it. I found this house, didn't I?
You hit yourself on a tree.
But I found it, though.
Teddy, put your arms around me.
Why?
I'm cold.
Well, put your arms around me. I'm cold, too.
Let's both put our arms around each other.
Well, all right.
I'm hungry.
So am I.
Mama was making soup.
I'll stop at your house when we go back. Maybe your mother will give me some.
I sure wish we had some now.
Well, stop thinking about it.
I sure wish I could. I want to go home.
Oh, shut up.
No, I won't shut up. I want to go home.
Katie, listen. We can't go home while it's snowing so hard.
Well, when will it stop snowing?
I don't know. When the old woman finishes picking her geese, I suppose.
Who was that?
Well, I guess it's somebody coming looking for us. You see?
Oh, Teddy.
Still, act brave if it's your dad.
I'm brave. Who is it?
I'll see who it is. Hello?
Oh. I thought I heard somebody calling. Was it you children?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're all right now, so stop squalling.
I'm not squalling. I'm just cold.
Huh. Well, sit down.
We're cold.
Are you? So am I.
Excuse me, ma'am. We got lost and we don't know where we are.
Why, you're in my house.
Yes, ma'am. But we don't know you, I mean. Is this South 5th Street?
No, it isn't.
Where are we?
You'd be surprised, children.
I want to go home.
Well, you can't go home right now, Katie. So you and Teddy might as well come along and help me with my work.
Well...
Don't you want to?
Well, what kind of work, ma'am?
Why, I'm picking the feathers off my geese.
Well, sir, you know what? There was another room. And there were, well, it seemed like 1 million white geese stacked up out there. And she put us to work without another word. Did you ever pick geese? Or pluck 'em, or whatever you call it in your part of the country? Geese almost as big as yourself? Geese that didn't specially want to be plucked? I guess not. But we did, Katie and me. Didn't we, Kate?
My, we certainly did. And it was so cold. But she was a nice old woman, wasn't she, Teddy?
Don't call me Teddy. My name's Ted.
And it got dark, and there wasn't much light, and we just sat there on the floor, picking the geese, and the old woman talked to us so nice. My, how nice she was.
You see, if you keep working like that, you won't feel the cold so much, Katie.
I do feel it, though.
Well, if you'd stayed home like your mother wanted you to, you wouldn't have to be doing all this work, and you wouldn't be so cold.
But I wanted to go out and play. I was with her. I wouldn't let anything happen to her.
But you did. You got lost.
Well, I wasn't afraid with Teddy. Ted?
You like Teddy, don't you, Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
You like her, Ted? Well, you two going to get married when you grow up? Well, what?
I was going to be a fireman, and firemen aren't usually home much, I guess.
I don't think you want to be a fireman, Teddy. I know I wouldn't want to be one.
Why?
Too warm.
You like cold?
You bet.
I don't. Teddy, aren't you going to marry me when we grow up? I haven't decided.
Well, you are, Teddy. I can promise you that, Katie. I know. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you freeze to death.
Oh.
Well, I'll try not to let you freeze to death.
Oh, agree. I'm glad. But I'm pretty cold now.
Well, you keep right on working. There's lots more geese to be picked. This is going to be known for years as the time of the big snow. I need all the help I can get.
Do you always pick your geese when it snows?
Of course. That's why it snows.
You must have a lot of geese.
Hundreds. Thousands all over the world. Keeps me pretty busy.
You don't have any geese in Africa, I bet, where it's hot.
Oh, I have them there, Teddy, but they're way up high. Up on top of the mountains. There's always snow up there.
Do you have lots of helpers?
No. You're the first I ever had.
My, there's an awful lot of feathers here now.
We need them, Katie. I tell you, though, I think we might as well get rid of this bunch.
How?
Open the window, and the wind will blow them out.
Can I open the window?
Sure.
Oh, boy.
No, not that one. This one. The wind's from the north.
Oh, this one?
And the wind came reaching right in, and the white feathers flew out the open window with it. Katie and I gathered up great armloads of the feathers and tossed them out the window and laughed as the wind whirled them high in the air. They seemed to multiply. The air was full of white flurries again in the dust outside. We laughed some more, and the old woman laughed with us.
My gracious. We did that just in time, didn't we? It had pretty near stopped.
You know what? I bet we're the first people that ever helped us snow. Are we, Nan?
You certainly are, children, and you're doing a very good job of it. I don't know but what I'll have to call on you again to help me.
Not till we get warm, though.
Well, I've handled it pretty well all by myself all these years, so...
You've been doing it a long time, ma'am?
Ever so long.
2 years?
Oh, longer than that.
10 years? 20?
Why, I've been doing it ever since... Well, just ever since.
Have you got a name?
Oh, yes.
Would you tell us?
Well, when I lived on that mountain in Greece, they used to call me Demeter. I was pretty important then. And then the Indians, they called me Nokomis.
Nokomis?
Mm-hmm.
Why, you're Hiawatha's grandmother.
Well, of course. Where do you suppose I get all these geese? Hiawatha's a fine hunter.
My. Do you have any more names?
Oh, yes. Up in the Northland, they called me Freya. And the Japanese people call me Amaterasu. Why, I've got more names than you can shake a stick at. And all I do is pluck geese. Oh, close that window, Teddy, will you?
My. Oh, sure. Don't you ever get cold, Mrs. Demeter?
I'd rather be called Nokomis. No, I never get cold.
Gee, I do.
Well, you should have stayed home.
You think I'll get a spanking when I get home?
No, I don't think so, Katie. I think I could promise you won't.
Well, then, I'm glad we did get lost and found this place. So am I, if I don't get a licking. Gee, it's getting dark, isn't it?
Yes, and I must go outside and get some more geese. Have to keep working, children, you know.
Yes, but I'd like to go home, please.
Oh, plenty of time for that, Teddy. We've got work to do.
My mom always gives me a nickel if I work hard.
Do you earn many nickels, Teddy?
Well, not very many, really.
I haven't got any nickels.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mustn't hint, you know.
No, ma'am.
But I'll give you something, Teddy, for all the work you did. And you too, Katie.
What?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
I'm kind of scared, Teddy. I am too, Katie. What do we do? I don't know. I'm tired, too. Should I put my arms around you, Katie? Yes, please. I'm getting so sleepy and so cold, Teddy. Don't go to sleep. You'll freeze. I can't help it. I have to go to sleep, Teddy. No, don't, please, Katie.
Well, you tired out?
I'm so sleepy.
You too, Teddy?
I'm not very sleepy.
Why, you poor kids. You worked so hard. You just go to sleep.
No, we'll freeze.
No, you won't. I'll cover you up with feathers.
They're so cold.
They'll be nice and warm. Soft, downy, warm feathers. Here. Put your head on Teddy's arm, Katie. That's it. Now, these nice, fat geese with lots and lots of nice, soft feathers. Lots and lots of nice, white feathers. Go to sleep, Teddy and Katie.
You said maybe you'd give us something for all the work.
Why, of course. I gave my little grandson gifts. Here, Teddy. Here, Katie. Now, go to sleep.
Thank you. Thank you, Nokomis. Kiss me goodnight, Teddy. Well, wipe your nose.
And the very last thing I remember was the feathers. How they were all star-shaped and crystals, not at all like the feathers I'd ever seen. It was almost midnight when they found us, Katie's father and mine, and the blacksmith, Mr. Wright, and Arthur Donahue and his brother Harry. And there wasn't any house there at all. There wasn't anything. We were buried under a huge snowdrift in a vacant lot, not 100 feet from our backyard. There wasn't any old woman either. Just 2 kids asleep in the snow in each other's arms. And not frozen to death after all.
And they took us home. And we had our oyster stew and our cocoa. And we sat by the big stove. And then we slept and slept and slept. And neither one of us ever did disobey our parents again. Did we, Ted?
Well, hardly ever, darling. But we never did tell anybody before because they wouldn't have believed us. They'd have said it was a dream. But how could we both dream the same dream? And we did get married just as she said we would. And we still have got that little red clay peace pipe just like Hiawatha's.
And the little bow and arrow she gave us.
And besides it. Wait a minute.
States Weather Bureau forecast for January 2nd, 1949, 5:30 p.m., temperature 36 degrees, humidity 62%, barometer 29.8. Tonight, considerable snow somewhere. Tomorrow, snow. Tuesday, more snow. All right, Teddy and Katie, come on. We've got geese to pick.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Time of the Big Snow. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Kate was Abby Lewis. Teddy was Sarah Fussell. Katie was played by Cecil Roy. And the old woman was Vicky Vola. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you that I call The Biography of a Character.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Now, a listening reminder. Tonight, Drew Pearson analyzes the news and predicts future events for the year 1949. So be sure to hear Drew Pearson's exciting predictions tonight. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum. Mr. Holt, the door.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. What's that? You're scared. Don't be frightened. Why, we've been beating our brains out to make things pleasant for you. Yes, take that fellow lying on the floor. Now, that's a nice guy, really solicitous. He put a bullet through his head because he didn't want you to be bored. Oh, you don't like that pretty lady hanging from the chandelier? Well, we'll fix that. We'll cut her down and nail her to the wall. Then she'll be a pin-up girl. whatever it is that you do when fear fastens cold fingers on your spine. A cigarette, perhaps, or a handkerchief to twist. Anything to brace you against tonight's tale of horror. It's an original radio play written especially for Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar and called Death is a Double Crosser. Our star tonight is Lawson Zerbe, who plays the part of Harry Smith, murderer.
I looked at the blood-splattered mallet, still gripped in my hand, and down at Marie's body. It was like coming out of a bad dream, only to go into a nightmare. Instead of using a mallet to cut the King Midas diamond, I'd used it to murder my wife. And the big diamond was still in the vise, still sparkling in the light of the work lamp, still tormenting me with the glow of its inner fires. The thing was evil. Anderson had warned me.
Does the diamond frighten you, Harry? No wonder. The story of great diamonds is a history of intrigue, violence, murder.
Anderson was right. My luck had been all bad ever since I came to this house. It was one of those old New York brownstones, big enough for several families, but only 2 people were living there when I came. Anderson and my wife. Marie was working as his housekeeper, and she gave me away.
He's about 70 years old, Harry. He lives all alone here. It's perfect for you.
No family?
No wife, no children, no friends. He never goes out except on business, and no one ever comes to see him.
Sounds good to me, Marie.
Good. It's perfect. I'll tell him you just got out of the Army. He won't ask questions. He'll never find out you were in prison.
What does he do for a living?
He's a diamond cutter.
A diamond cutter? You don't say.
He was famous once.
Diamonds.
He doesn't cut little ones, Harry. Only the great big diamonds worth thousands of dollars.
I moved in with Marie, and for a while everything was quiet. I didn't mind the quiet after that 5-year forgery rap in Sing Sing. Then one day the peace and quiet ended. I met old Anderson on the steps going down to the street.
Good morning, Harry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson. Hey, you look all excited. Some good news come your way?
I hope so, Harry. Of course, I can well afford to be idle, but it would be pleasant to work again. And it's nice to know that people still remember you.
Is it a job?
Wonderful job. If I get the assignment, well, I'm sure I'll get it. He couldn't give it to anyone else.
A diamond?
One of the largest diamonds in the world. The King Midas stone, discovered last year in the Kimberley Fields. Was purchased recently by Johnson, the multimillionaire. I'm on my way to his home to discuss the cutting.
Well, good luck. I sure hope you get the job, Mr. Anderson. The next afternoon, Anderson invited me up to his workroom. On the bench was a square black velvet covered by a white cloth. Something big was underneath that cloth. Anderson lifted it, and for the first time I saw the King Midas diamond. What do you think of it, Harry? For a second I couldn't talk. The blood was pumping too fast. 215 carats. When I'm finished cutting, it'll be reduced to 125. How much will it be worth? Diamond like that? You could get $100,000 and no questions asked. That's funny. It's kind of oily on the surface, but down inside it gleams like it's on fire.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah. Stone like that does things to me.
The story of great diamonds is a history of intrigue, violence, murder.
You said something about cutting it.
I'd have to study the King Midas until every detail of the task is clear in my mind. Then just a few light blows of the mallet on the chisel, and the result will be a flawless diamond.
How long will it take?
Oh, I should say about 2 months, Harry.
I went downstairs to Marie. One look at me, and she knew something had happened. I told her my plan.
If they catch you, they'll send you back to jail.
They won't catch me. I've got it all figured out. This is our chance. He told me himself that the diamond will be worth $100,000 when he's finished.
$100,000?
Yeah. No more pots and pans and scrubbing floors. No more passing phony checks. We'll be set for life, Marie.
How are you going to go about it?
I'll wait until he's finished cutting the diamond.
How will you know when he's finished? You'd have to know the exact time. If you waited too long, he might turn it over to the owner, Mr. Johnson. Then where would you be?
Don't worry. I've got that figured out, too.
So you want to become a diamond cutter, Harry?
If you'll teach me the work, Mr. Anderson, I promise it won't be any bother. All I want to do is watch you while you go about cutting the King Midas.
Diamond cutters aren't made overnight. It takes a great deal of time. I spent 50 years learning the craft.
Oh, please, Mr. Anderson, you don't know what this means to me.
Well, all right, Harry. I'll let you watch me as I work.
So that's how it began. Every day for 2 months, I went upstairs and watched Anderson as he studied the King Midas diamond.
Cleavage must take place along planes parallel to the octahedron bases of the crystal.
Step by step, he explained the job, how he would split it, where he would place the notches so that the diamond would split along the exact lines he wanted. He went over every detail again and again and again. Finally, he cut the notches for the splitting. Slowly, carefully. And then he placed the diamond in the vise. He got out the chisel and the mallet and placed them on the workbench. It was like a wedding ceremony. I was on fire. I couldn't wait.
Just a few taps with the mallet, and it's done.
Are you going to do it now?
No, Harry. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. He kept putting it off. Then I realized what it was. He was scared. He couldn't trust his unsteady hands. It hit me like a ton of brick. He was never going to cut that diamond.
You're so smart. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to cut the diamond myself.
You?
Yeah, me. I know how to do it. It's all set. There's nothing to it.
But what about Anderson?
We don't need Anderson anymore.
You mean?
Yeah.
But that's murder.
So it's murder. They'll never pin it on us. I've figured out a way to do it without leaving any trace behind. We went upstairs. Anderson was standing where I left him at the workbench. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear us come in.
He's looking. Get it over with.
All right.
Let go of me.
I don't like to do this, Mr. Anderson, honest.
Mary, stop it.
It's no use, Mr. Anderson.
I don't. Please.
He begged for mercy. He fought back, but it was useless. I had a firm grip on his neck, both hands, and he was an old man. I squeezed tighter and tighter till his voice was cut off. His body stopped thrashing around. I held him like that a couple of seconds more. For good measure.
You can let go of him now. He's dead, Harry.
Dear. Imagine that. Cold-blooded murder. Killing a harmless old man like Mr. Anderson, choking him to death. Doesn't that slay you? And all because of a piece of ice. Why, it makes me hot under the collar. And that cool cucumber, Harry Smith. I'll bet he gets so hot that he'll burn before he's through. Well, friends, let's get back to Harry Smith and his charming wife. Such nice people. They killed old Anderson, the diamond cutter, to steal a piece of ice worth $100,000. And unless they have a lot of another kind of ice handy, they'll have to do something fast to get rid of the body.
We carried Anderson's body down to the cellar and broke open the brick wall. Placing the old man's body behind it, we bricked it up again. Then we went through my plan. I wrote a suicide note.
To whom it may concern, I, Olaf Anderson, because I failed in the task of cutting the King Midas diamond, have decided to take my life. When this note is found, I will be dead.
It was easy for me, a professional forger, to fake the suicide note in Anderson's handwriting. I had him say he was going to end it all in the river and that he was taking the diamond with him to his death. And that night, Marie and I took a walk across the footpath over the Hudson River Bridge. When we reached the middle,
You got the suicide note in Anderson's overcoat pocket?
Yeah.
No cars coming from either direction. Now's a good time to drop it.
There. The cops will find the coat and figure that he took it off before he climbed the rail and jumped.
All right. Come on, hurry. Let's get away from here.
We went home. Marie telephoned police headquarters and asked for the Missing Persons Bureau.
Hello? I want to report a missing person. It's the man I work for, Olaf Anderson. Yes, Anderson. I'm his housekeeper, and I'm worried because it's so late and he hasn't come home. My name? Mrs. Harry Smith.
We went to bed. I guess we would hear from the police the next morning, and I was right.
Yes, what is it?
Megan is the name, lady. Detective Joe Megan, Missing Persons Bureau.
Oh, yes, come in.
Are you the party who reported a man named Olaf Anderson missing?
Yes, did
Did
you...
we find him? I think so. I'd like you folks to come down to the morgue with me.
The morgue?
What for?
They've got a body down there. Body of an old man that fits the description of Anderson. It's fished out of the Hudson River early this morning. You might be able to identify him. We are, folks. Before I lift the sheet on this slab, I ought to warn you. This stiff ain't exactly pretty.
We can stand a little shock, Megan.
I just thought the lady...
I'm all right.
Okay, then. Well, you recognize him?
His face is gone like he went through a meat chopper.
Most of his clothes were gone, too, when we got him. Poor guy must have got caught in the propeller of a passing ship.
Marie, it's Mr. Anderson.
Harry.
Don't you recognize the pants? They're from that old suit he always used to wear.
Oh, yes. Yes, you're right.
So you can identify him, eh?
I'm sure that's Mr. Anderson.
Well, I guess that closes the case. Suicide. Body recovered. And a great big hunk of diamond at the bottom of the Hudson River.
It was a lucky break for us. We were in the clear, and the King Midas diamond was ours. We went back to the house. I took the diamond up to the workroom, and I placed it in a vise. I got out the mallet and the chisel. I thought it would be easy to cut the stone until I tried.
Well, what are you waiting for?
My hand is shaking. I'm kind of nervous. Things have been coming too fast. Let's put this off until tomorrow. I know I said I'd do it tonight, but...
But what?
I don't feel so well tonight, Marie.
You're lying. How long are you going to keep this up?
I take it easy.
You said you knew how to do it.
I do.
Well, then cut it. For heaven's sakes, get it over with.
Don't rush me. If I make a mistake, it'll cost us $100,000.
You've been putting it off for 3 days now, Harry. First this and then that. There's always something. You've always got a reason for not cutting that diamond.
Now, listen, Marie, I've got to be careful. Knowing how to cut the diamond is one thing. Doing it is another.
You're scared. That's what's the matter with you.
Don't say that.
You're frightened. Look at your hands. See how they shake. Well, you can hardly hold the mallet and chisel. You're as bad as Anderson was.
She was right. My hands were shaky, just like Anderson's before I killed him. I tried for control. I told myself the diamond was nothing but a chunk of carbon crystal. I placed the chisel against the stone. I raised the mallet. But I couldn't bring it down.
No, what are you waiting for?
I don't know how hard to strike.
A gentle blow. That's what you said Anderson told you.
I can't do it.
You can't do it. Of course you can. Don't be a stupid fool. There's nothing to it.
She went wild. She began to shake my arm and scream at me. But her voice seemed to come from a distance. I kept staring at that diamond as though I were hypnotized. My throat was dry as dust. I was dizzy. Pinpoints of fire shot across my eyes. The diamond was doing things to me, and it was driving Marie crazy. Suddenly, I couldn't stand it. Her voice snapped something in my mind.
You fool, you stupid idiot. Don't stand there like a silly...
Shut up.
Don't you dare shout at me.
Shut up. I've had all I can take from you.
Why, of all the nerve, you... Harry, put down that mallet. Stay away from me. I didn't mean those things I said. Take as much time as you like. Don't. Harry!
I'm sorry. I lost my head. Marie, say something. He's dead. I killed him. I took her body down to the cellar, reopened the wall, placed her body with Anderson's. I'd hardly finished putting the bricks back into place when the front doorbell rang. I cleaned my hands, went upstairs, opened it.
Hello, Smith.
It was Megan, the detective. He came in, looked around suspiciously, and closed the door behind him.
What's the matter with you, Smith?
Me?
Yeah, you. You look sick.
Me sick? I never felt better in my life.
It's the light. Is your wife at home?
No, she isn't.
Expect her home soon?
Why, no. No, she went to Baltimore to visit her mother.
Left kind of suddenly, didn't you?
What are you driving at, Megan?
Take the chip off your shoulder. Nobody's picking on you yet.
What do you mean?
Miss Anderson suicide.
You said the case is closed.
It's closed until this morning. Now, there's a couple of angles in the case that don't make sense. I'm not even sure the old guy we pulled out of the river is Anderson.
But I identified him.
Sure you did. Yesterday, a guy named Keeler showed up at the morgue and swore that same body was his father.
It must be Anderson. The suicide note.
Suicide note said Anderson was killing himself because he made a mistake and ruined the King Midas diamond.
There, don't you see?
When Anderson never got the job of cutting that diamond.
Hey, what? Say that again.
Anderson never was commissioned to cut the King Midas diamond. How do you like that?
It can't be. He told me himself.
I got that information straight from the owner, Mr. Johnson.
I don't believe it.
Johnson was out of town until this morning. I got in touch with him, making a routine check on the facts. He told me he never commissioned Anderson to cut the stone. Said Anderson was too old and unreliable to be trusted with the job.
But I saw the diamond. Saw it on Anderson's workbench.
The diamond you saw must have been a phony.
A diamond. Still upstairs in the workroom. Still waiting to be cut. I couldn't believe it was a phony. I wouldn't believe it. It had to be the King Midas. Megan was getting more and more suspicious. I had to act fast before he got down to the cellar and noticed the fresh plaster on the wall. I had to make sure about the diamond. I'd gone too far now to back out. I hit Megan on the head with an andiron. He was unconscious. I dragged his body out of the closet and locked the door. the workroom. I grabbed up the chisel mallet. No time to think now, no time to be frightened. I had to know if that diamond was a King Midas. I put the edge of the chisel to one of the cleaving grooves. Struck with the mallet. It chips. Like glass. Yeah. It is glass. Megan was right. I went through all this for nothing. The whole thing was clear now. Anderson had lied to me. He had lied even to himself. Yeah, that was it. He had been unwilling to admit even to himself that he was no longer good enough to be trusted to cut the King Midas diamond. He was nuts. And he made up that crazy story. And I swallowed it. There was one thing left to do. I had to get away. As far away as possible and as fast as I could. I ran up the stairs.
Going somewhere, Smith?
Megan.
Raise your hands. Get them up higher.
Now, come on down here. That's close enough.
How'd you get out of the closet?
I trick it all to force that door when I recovered from the crack on the head you gave me. That sock did something for me, Smith. You know, it gave me a brand new angle on this case.
A new angle?
Yeah. How's this? You thought Anderson had the King Midas diamond. So you killed him for it and planted that phony suicide note on the bridge. You know, we almost fell for it.
No,
You killed Anderson. Wouldn't be at all surprised if you murdered your wife. And all for a phony 5 and 10 cent store diamond.
Poor Harry Smith. What a life. A Smith caught between the hammer and the anvil. You know, he never should have lost his head and murdered his wife. No, because now it looks as though he's going to have to lose the rest of him. Yes, right now, Harry is really harried. And when the state executioner gets him, he'll be fit to be tied in a noose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Host, for an enjoyable performance in our Mystery Theater. This is Hunter Galloway saying good night. Sleep tight.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne,
Yes, Harry?
you love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on.
Silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time. I'm practically back here now. Here, let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
Go on, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. Name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me. You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, your brother Milt, honey.
And you're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while. He said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
Ah, that's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie. That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell him I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt said you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
And Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Oh, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
Well, it wouldn't work. Our guest's coming for dinner. There's Harry.
For dinner, huh? That's perfect. So you introduce me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't going to risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's got to have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's fine.
I can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry will...
Hey, open up. We're bleeding. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, then. Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce us, Anne? Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim, my husband. Your husband? Anne.
Oh, Anne, quit kidding. Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago. Jim, he's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be. Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody?
This is disgusting.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. Let's give Ann a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Ann.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Ann, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You ask for... Why, you cheap fear. Get it out, you two.
Right. Harry, Ann, turn on the light. Somebody turn on the light.
Inspector. Yeah, but what makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin? I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin? If the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is? Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid. Huh? Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse? Nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around. Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while. Very well, Inspector. Who knows? All right, get along, Bart. Come on. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place? Nope. He's given me complete charge of the deal. That seems odd. Huh? I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York. Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting. Oh? Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Ann Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Ann Wheelock's husband? Well, ghost from the past, huh? Yep, ghost from the past. Only this ghost got a bullet to his gizzard. I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place. That's it. So we know that one of the four people in the room shot Jim. Well, it sounds simple. Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead. Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector. Yeah? I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the two convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary? Huh? Well, what about it? One of them was named Milton Wheelock. What of it? His sister is Ann Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson. You don't say? Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here. No, wait a minute, Bart. Inspector, I'm surprised. To think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader. Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't... I'm hurt, Inspector. Deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along. Very funny. Oh, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector. That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you. He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too. Oh, thank you, sir. And now, introduce me to these other people. Yes. This is Fanny Shepard, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. Where's the girl? Ann? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened. Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know that I'll let you know when you can go home, Bub. Hey, Bart. Did you want me, Inspector? Found anything? Oh, a good deal, Inspector. And what do you mean, a good deal? You've only been here 5 minutes. Yes, I know. Well? Well, what? What have you found? A corpse, Inspector. Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found? In that bedroom over there. Oh, that's Jim, Ann's husband. Ann's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened. Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was a corpse of Ann's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Well, so this is Ann Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Ann Wheelock. I suppose you're the two policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the four of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderer.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused, so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes. A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
I kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Anne. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, Bart. I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty. Well, doggone it. If they're guilty, they're just going to sit around home until we come after them.
Don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh?
That's right.
That's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice?
Mm-hmm.
Have we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector. I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other hand...
Which might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
And since no one knew that Jim was here except Anne Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well,
how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, you can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Shows up the dust, too. Women are sure funny. Imagine, keeping this room closed up.
Yeah, sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No. Just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear them tick. Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
By Jove, Inspector, I got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boy?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
Yes. 4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 30 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector. Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it did mean everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Drop it.
Drop it. Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. He was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. Down deep, he was good.
Sure. I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace.
Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend.
I'm sorry, Fanny.
Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy, am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Hey.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny?
I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come along in, Inspector. Oh, you're back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were out.
The lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady? Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepherd, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court. Miss Shepherd, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was a left. I'm sure it was a left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot in?
In the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the... The corpse isn't there.
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burns?
Yeah, and there weren't any. You see, Miss Shepherd, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with her left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepherd. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
Well, I saw her.
The gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband?
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told the man. You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parson. Chuck and Anne's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Anne?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Anne, is this true? Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes.
But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Anne had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother. And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then why was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson? Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Howard. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Yeah, poor Anne knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence. Just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
Get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on back. This is it. Hey, come in here. There he is.
It's Milton. He's dead.
Dead, all right. Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Dobbin. Get along, boy.
Well, Dobbin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Ann.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Anne said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Tonight we're going to join Bill Storm, a newspaper reporter, on the strangest manhunt ever conducted, or should I say woman hunt, as he searches frantically through a great city for the most dangerous and deadly woman you've ever imagined. In the story I call The Woman in Black. And now here's the story as Bill Storm himself wrote it down. When he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed in his hunt for the woman in black.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. A date with a gorgeous brunette with big dark eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. Up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot gambling slot machines. Killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer, but they gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the read-write desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jervis, was covering the funeral. And along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
Oh, blonde's more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I've got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda, Theda. Just like Theda Barrow, the old silent picture star.
Oh.
Well, this is how it happened, Bill. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral. I spotted a trim little number all in black, whispering to Joe Nelson.
Well, who's Nelson?
Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off. I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. He claimed he'd never seen her before. That all that she'd said to him was 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? Sounds like a message.
That's what Joe figured. Only he decided that she'd delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill. Sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Well, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah? What about that big story you claimed you had?
I'm coming to it. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theta. You'll go for her. Hey, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theta?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theta. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Well, sure I like it. What's the rest of it? Any girl my sidekick goes overboard for, I'd like to know her name.
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theta.
Oh, nobody is just one name. Not these days.
Sorry, Bill. It's all I've ever had. Here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story that I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Well, then hang on to him.
I am. You get a car, come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Bill, 2 men just came in the door. They got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. Theta's gone. She slipped away when they came in. I think she fingered him for them. Yeah, that explains everything. Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom!
Bill, they've got me. But find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them. So long, Bill.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a Delilah in a black dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, Nick Murray.
Sit down, Storm. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
Listen, if I'd known that Nelson would have been dead long before this.
I figured that. That's what made me think that you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon. He let it slip out to Tom Jervis, my sidekick. Just before those 2 hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theta put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
A brunette named Theta? Never heard of her.
Oh, I hoped you might have. A good figure. Deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about her all right. If any of my boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Willie. But warn them. If they meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass the girl had been drinking from before the shooting started.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves that she wasn't on the level.
Not necessarily, but I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. Not much to go on, though. We try to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but
what?
Well, he says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have had. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
Well, I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. Oh, and so long, Captain, and thanks. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now, and when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward, and outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. The blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes, broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. He's feeling badly, complains of pains in his chest.
Well, if he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
The last one, down by the far door. But I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Will you wait here?
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark, except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a black dress bending over the last bed. But it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez, and he was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does. But it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for the glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips, and then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, Gomez! Drop that glass! Don't drink out of it! He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but it was too late. When I reached it, she was gone, swallowed up in a dark hall. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned back to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. Gomez! Who was she? What did she want?
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer me.
Take your hands off him. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes. He was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could have led me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew that whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night trying to figure it all out. Next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burning a blotter, I hunted up my editor, Harry Holloway, in the city room.
Well, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Harry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. Paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in black. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped about that girl in black? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? Then how do you explain her killing Gomez last night, just before I could question him?
Bill, are you sure you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did. Not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Yeah, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez. Found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. Suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. Harry, look, I saw her kill her.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside a week. Or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. Didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, and I dropped into a chair beside my window. And I started trying to figure my next move. Now, I have an inside room, and the window looks right out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. I've been sitting there about half an hour when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there, looking over at me. It was a girl in a black dress, wearing a cute little hat with a black veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theda. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said that he'd have the building surrounded if I could keep her talking for 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theta. Looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. It sounds crazy for a hard-boiled crime reporter to say, but it seemed to get down inside me and twist things all around. Why, a minute ago I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything to keep her talking. Why, yeah, Peter, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theta? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of a racket are you mixed up in anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
But listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
Oh, I'd like to, Theta, but I can't. I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before. Yeah, it was Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks. And I yelled at him, "Hey, you! That girl that was there. Stop her!"
You made a little number in the black dress?
Yeah. Where did she go?
She went out just as I come in. But...
Well, go after her. Grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Hey, listen, mister, I'm here to wash windows, not to chase dames. If the police want to, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Hey, look, on.
Huh? What?
Your safety hook.
No! Ah!
Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
But she was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
She was there, all right. We found a handkerchief in the room, a woman's handkerchief. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. It's drenched in lilac. But look, the initials J. She said her name was Theta.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why she was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. Hey, but Storm, the elevator boy who took her up says she was a blonde. Not a brunette.
He was crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
Getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
What? Of course I am.
Yeah?
And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew that I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in black, and she smiles at me.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Well, come on, then. If she's still there, we got to get her. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
That's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to a first storage loft. Why would she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside.
He pushed the door open, stepped into the dark hall. And then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there. Put down that fur. Put it down.
Dutton! Dutton! Who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was two guys upstairs. I hijacked them with furs. They...
Dutton!
But listen, Storm. You say you didn't see her. Now, how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe, or maybe not. Now, I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in these rackets. And by now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there now and find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Hello, Storm. Come in and sit down.
Thanks. I will.
Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks.
No?
I just wondered if you'd picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Theda? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. Look, are you sure you're not just imagining her?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I'm not, Nick. She's real, all right.
Listen, if there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awful smart. And it looks like this one is. Oh, well, I guess I'd better go and get some sleep. Might need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl, but tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jervis.
You may?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I'll find it.
Okay, there's a back room. Meet me there about 10. And come alone.
About 10?
Right.
I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and I put on a dressing gown. I sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me...
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there, standing in the doorway. I started to get up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard, Bill, I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay. But I did want to tell you the time has come when you can know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you did?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
When? Where?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. At the Tambourine Bar. How do you know? Are you working for him?
No, Bill, I'm not. I don't work with anyone.
Yeah, but Theda...
Please don't ask me any questions now. I can't tell you anything until tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet? But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. So I went back to bed, but I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. And I'm just finishing this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If what she tells me satisfies me that she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You did come, didn't you?
Of course I came, Bill. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Oh, yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me and see if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil, and for the first time I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face, with dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper, like looking into the heart of the night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. I've been wrong. But who are you, then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know in a moment, Bill. I have to leave you, just for a minute or two. Just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door behind him and sat down.
Well, I see you're on time, son.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jervis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
That's right. You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean on my orders, so I could take over. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't very well afford to take chances. I had to get rid of both of them.
I see. That explains a lot. What about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking me questions.
Oh, no. No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in black. You saw Janice, my girl. She filed those safety hooks, dropped that handkerchief the police found.
She did? You mean you had that fellow killed?
Yes, Storm. Just a little business deal I'm interested in. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you all this now. Because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You...
Goodbye, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Oh, Theda, help me. Call a doctor.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't. But it won't hurt long.
Theda.
Yes, Bill.
I recognize you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes, Bill. I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no. No, stay away from me.
Bill, don't be afraid of me.
Oh, no. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Bill, come back. You mustn't run away from me. Come back. Come back.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the others.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. You were found crawling down 3rd Avenue by policemen.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me.
What?
Get word to the morning ledger.
Certainly, Mr. Storm. Now, please lie quietly while I get the doctor. I'll only be a minute.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Thea. You followed me here.
Yes. You shouldn't have run away, Bill.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
That's right, Bill. You did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Now I understand why you have to be around when people die. You don't kill them. It's just your job to be there. But I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not, Bill? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
Oh, no. And I'm glad you're beautiful. Makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. He seemed to be quite strong, and I... Dr. Clark! He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the girl in black. Theda. A strange name. Theda. I wonder if Bill ever did realize that those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth, and he avenged his friend, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Chet Stratton, James Van Dyke, Wendell Holmes, Mort Lawrence, and Joan Tompkins. Original music was played by Jack Ward. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Wears My Face.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler came to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Oh, stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story without end? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
This is a story of love that has no end, of the deep, dark shadows of sorrow, of dreams that span the bridge of time. It's my story and Lorraine's. I am David Runzel, just an ordinary guy with hopes like yours and dreams like yours. I was born in a foxhole with thousands of boys. And in the nighttime when the enemy was pouring all they had on us, I did what a lot of fellows did. I put my mind on other things, but not so my pal Jim Green.
The giving is all we got tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
There's a funny feeling the guy gets out here, never knowing just what minute the end is going to come, and yet always so close you can darn near taste it.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing, though. It never seems to get you like it does me.
You know why, Jim?
Got some secret system?
Maybe.
Well, let another guy in on it.
You got a girl back home, Jim?
A girl. Man, I've got dozens.
I've got just one.
I figure there's more safety in numbers. You got just one. How do you know she'll be yours when you get back?
I know, Jim. There was never anyone for Lorraine but me. And there was never anyone for me but Lorraine.
You got more faith than I have, Dave. There's still a lot of fellas on the home front making hay while the sun shines. So they tell me.
I never worry about Lorraine. She's always with me. Always.
Christopher, that was a close one.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate all of this. Why do we have to be out here, our bodies targets for death?
Quiet, Jim. Think about something else.
You're a fool, Dave. You don't have any more chance than I have.
But I have. I've got faith. You know what, Jim? It always seems that Lorraine is right beside me. Sometimes walking in front of me, shielding me from enemy fire.
That's rot.
You don't have to believe me, but I know it's true. I can feel her presence tonight more than ever. I know she's here beside me.
You expect me to believe in such a thing? As if a person a million miles away could protect you in this foxhole. What's more, it's getting hotter around here. We're in for it tonight.
Face, Jim. Face.
I'm afraid, Dave.
Let Lorraine protect you as she does me.
Down, they've spotted us. We gotta move out of here.
Jim, don't be a fool.
It ain't safe here, I tell you. They're zeroed in on us. Jim, come back. Oh. Jim. Oh, Jim, I told you to stay by me. Lorraine would have protected you. Jim!
Oh, you may not believe my story any more than Jim, who lost his life that night. But I knew my darling Lorraine was constantly by my side. No matter how terrible the battle, she was protecting me. When I was in the front line, she was my shield and my protector. When we moved along the roadways and our planes above spotted us, I had no fear, for Lorraine was near me. Since childhood, we'd been pals living on nearby farms. Somehow, even as kids, we seemed to sense that there was a strong bond between us that no amount of kidding from the other kids could harm.
They're all laughing because you're walking home with me, Dave.
As if I care.
They'll bother you all day tomorrow in school.
Let them just try.
Dave,
Yeah?
are you planning to marry me when we grow up?
Well, I guess I am.
I'm planning to marry you, too.
Can't nobody bother us.
Only Pa. He says it's silly for a little girl to have a sweetheart. You are my sweetheart, aren't you, Dave?
Well, I guess so. You're the only one I like in all the world.
More than your uncle and aunt that you live with?
Sure, they ain't like real folks to me. You are.
I'll always belong to you, Dave. Always.
And that's the way it was, right up through the years. We always belonged together. Maybe it was because I didn't have any real folks. I was an orphan, and the folks that adopted me let me call them aunt and uncle. They were good to me. Uncle Henry planned to let me run the farm when I got through my course down at agricultural college. And someday, the farm would be mine. And Lorraine and I, we planned to be married just as soon as I finished my school course and began to run the farm. And then, along came the war, and I had to go. And the evening before I left, Lorraine and I walked to our favorite place for meeting, in the woods, just beyond the clearing of Uncle Henry's place. We had a favorite old log there where we could peer through the clearing and see the house and hills beyond. And a patch of sky to the west, where the sun dipped down from sight and sent colored streamers out into the sky. And here, when night came, we could look up above the treetops and see the stars and watch the old moon come riding forth into a purple field. Our trysting place was like a seat in a cathedral. Everything good and clean in life was close to us there at our meeting place in the woods. It was here that we said goodbye.
You don't want me to come into town and go to the station, Dave?
Don't you think it's better to say goodbye here?
We'll never say goodbye, Dave. Never. No matter where you go. I'm always going to be with you.
Sure. I kind of feel like that, too.
And, Dave, when you come back, the very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods, here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Oh, Lorraine.
Dave.
You'll be brave?
Yes.
I'm going now. Don't turn and look. I'm walking away, but I'm not really leaving at all. I'll be with you always. Oh, don't turn and look. Before you know it, I'll be back. I'll return and be sitting beside you, here on the log at our old trysting place. And so it was that all during the long days of war, I never felt that I was really away from Lorraine at all, or that she was absent from me. Why, there were times when it was as if I could reach out just a little and find her beside me. In fact, there were times that I could actually hear her voice. I recall the first time I heard it. It was a bad hour. The enemy was giving us everything they had from the sky. Fellows I knew and liked were dropping all around me. Their cries struck terror in my heart. In the midst of all the hellfire and dying, the pain and the terror, just as clear as a bird call on a silent night, I heard Lorraine's voice for the first time.
You're not here, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
It was so clear, that voice of hers, that I expected to look and see her standing near me. You can scoff if you like. You can shrug your shoulders and pass my whole story over lightly if you wish. But I know Lorraine was there beside me as the battle raged all around. And then it was over. The war was over. And finally the day came for leaving the battle-torn old world, getting on a ship and starting homeward. There was shouting and rejoicing. There was singing and laughter. There was hope about to be fulfilled. There was home just beyond the horizon. We were at sea. Then we were in the harbor. Then on shore. And then soon discharge. I'd made up my mind I'd return without a word to anyone. Yes, I'd fool Lorraine. She said she'd know the very hour that I'd be returning. I wouldn't have to tell her, she said.
The very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods. Here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Yeah. We'd see how good she was. We'd test that second sight of hers, that intuition. All the while on the train that carried me towards home, I kept chuckling to myself. We'll see. Just see if she will be waiting on the old log when I come walking into the woods. My heart was pounding with the excitement of my return, of the surprise in store for Lorraine. Oh, it seemed as though the long train trip would never end. But finally, we pulled into the station. There was a little bunch of town folks around the old depot. I didn't want to see anybody. I waited until the train was almost ready to leave, and then I jumped off on the opposite side. I took to the fields that led out to the road to where our farm stood. It was autumn. Already there'd been a frost, and the old maples in the woods were dressed in scarlet, brilliant red. Under my feet, the dry leaves made soft music. Only a little way further to go, and our log would be in sight. And then, there it was before me. I stopped, dead still. I couldn't move. For there she was. There was Lorraine, seated on the log just as she promised. The setting sun made her all golden. Her fair hair was touched with it, and sparks of light danced upon it. She was looking right at me. Now she was standing, her arms stretched out to me.
Oh, Dave.
Oh, you knew.
Yes, Dave.
You knew I was coming.
Yes, my darling.
Just as you said you would know.
Yes.
Oh, darling Lorraine, you've never been absent from me. Not for an instant.
No, Dave.
You followed me wherever I went.
Yes.
There were times when I actually heard your voice.
Of course.
What did you say to me? Do you remember what you said?
Yes.
Tell me.
I remember. I said, do not fear, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
Yes. That's what I heard you say.
We will never be separated, Dave. Never.
Of course we won't. Not now. I'm home safe and we'll never be parted again.
Never let anyone tell you differently. Never let them say that we are parted.
Oh, what do you mean? We're together. We can't be parted, not ever again.
Dave.
Oh, my darling. more beautiful than ever. But you're so cold. Night is coming. It's chilly here in the woods. I must get you home.
Try and catch me. Try and catch me, Dave.
Well, hey, you can't run away from me like this. Wait, I'll catch you. I'm a pretty fair runner these days. Don't you know I've been in training? Oh. Hey, you can't hide from me. Well, what do you know? You've pulled one on me. I can't see you anywhere. Lorraine, where are you? Say, you can't run out on me like this. I'll find you. Huh. Well, what do you know? Got out of my sight. Okay, honey, you win. If you can hear me, I'm going up to the house to clean up a bit. See Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha. But I'll be over to your house on the stroke of 7. Do you hear me? At 7. And tomorrow we get the license to be married. Lorraine, can you hear me? The license to be married.
Dave. Oh, Dave. Oh, Henry. Henry, it's Dave. He's home.
Here, my boy. You're home safe.
Oh, what a grand feeling to see you two.
Don't he look wonderful, Henry?
Taller than ever and filled out, too.
Oh, we're glad to have you back, David. Glad you made it safe and sound.
Oh, I tell you, there wasn't a chance of me not making it. You know something, Aunt Martha? All through the terrible business, I felt that Lorraine was beside me, protecting me from death.
Oh, David.
And the most wonderful part about it all, even though I never let any of you know I was coming home today, Lorraine had a feeling about it. She was waiting in the woods for me just now at our old log where we always used to meet.
What did you say, Dave?
Lorraine was waiting in the woods for me. I just left her. She sensed that I was coming home today, and just like we planned before I went away, she was waiting for me in the woods.
My boy.
Henry, you got her.
Didn't you get our letters, Dave?
Well, sure, I got some, but mail hasn't caught up with me now for a long time.
David. Oh, David.
What's wrong? What is it?
Well, David, it's like this.
She couldn't have met you in the woods, David. Lorraine couldn't have been in the woods just now.
But she was. I just saw her.
No, David, no.
Lorraine died, my boy. She passed away just a little while after you went overseas. We wrote you. We finally wrote you about her death.
Now David finds that the person close to his heart, who he has just met at the old trysting place in the woods, is of this world no more. 'Tis a dream and a vision that is ended in death. What will happen to David's life now? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
And now David Runsell goes on relating the story of his life to the hermit. Listen.
You ask, what happens to my life now? You think that I believe that death has separated Lorraine and me? Never. As we reckon time on this earth, my Lorraine was asleep in death at the time she appeared to me on the battlefield. She was not of this world when, in returning home, I met her in the woods at our old and destined meeting place. Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha have taken a place in town. They've left me the farm as they promised, and I'm working it. I've been here 3 months now. Last evening, Aunt Martha came out to see me.
I brought you a pie and some cookies, David.
Thanks, Aunt Martha.
Oh, your Uncle Henry and I worry about you, my boy.
Oh, you must not do that.
But we can't have you here all alone.
I'm not alone.
Davy, you need somebody to keep house for you. You should find a nice girl, court her, and marry her.
Aunt Martha, never.
Oh, it ain't right. It's a sinful, terrible thing, you thinking that a dead girl is beside you all the time.
Oh, stop, Aunt Martha. You can't talk this way to me.
I gotta, David. The living can't bow down to the dead.
Lorraine is not dead.
I saw her lowered into her grave.
You must say no more. It's the way I want it. There's no one in all the world, here on this earth or after, that I want but Lorraine.
Oh, David. It's the war. It's touched your mind.
No, Aunt Martha. There's no use trying to explain. There's a bond between Lorraine and me that is stronger than life, deeper than earth, and beyond all time and reckoning. Sometimes I wonder. I puzzle over the why of it all. Why am I left on Earth alone? Why, if Lorraine had to pass beyond, I could not have met her there. But such was not the way it was planned. And I'm not alone. Often as night gathers, when the stars light the sky, when the wind is soft and blows a fragrance in the windows, I hear the door open softly. Lorraine?
Yes, David. I am here.
I can feel your presence, but I cannot see you.
I cannot always return to your sight, but I am ever present.
Yes, I know.
I will always be near you.
Oh, why can't I, too, die that we may be together?
That I cannot answer. There will be an hour, a time for meeting.
You will never appear to me again like you did in the woods when I came home?
No, my darling. Not until the final hour.
Until my death, you mean?
We do not call it death. We who love, for love is stronger than death, my darling. Love is of the spirit, and the spirit never dies.
And so it is I know. The love I bear for Lorraine and the love she bears for me knows no boundary, nor no ending. Do you scoff? Do you shake your head in disbelief? Do you believe, as does Aunt Martha, that my mind is addled by the horrors of war? Do you believe it untrue that my Lorraine, because of death, hath left me? What matter what you say or what you think? I tell you she is with me always, during the soft early hours of dawn, when the sun rides the summit, when dusk falls and the shadows lengthen to bring the night, when the wind sings, when the pines mourn, she is near me. This is my story of love that never ends.
The story of David Rudzo, a boy who believes in a love stronger than life or death. This is the story he told me, a story without end. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery deals with the saving of life rather than the loss of it. It is one of these true happenings which account for the fact that sailors, no matter what nationality, are vastly more superstitious than landlubbers. And when one considers the extraordinary happening aboard the Lure Lane, who can be so bold as to blame them? Christmas Eve aboard the liner Lauretania. Heavy seas and raging gales have buffeted the ocean greyhound since she left Portsmouth. And now, 8 hours late, she is still 17 hours sail out of New York. Driving sleet whirls along the decks. The dismal blasts of the siren cut through the fog. But below, Captain Morris, in order to offset the disappointment of the passengers at not landing in time for Christmas Eve dinner, has ordered the salon decorated and an appropriate dinner served. Dinner is over, and the captain, genial, a trifle portly, but every inch the captain, is entertaining a select group, including the ship's senior officers, at the much-envied captain's table.
I think you've done splendidly, Captain Morris. Why, the salon looks as though you've been preparing for Christmas festivities for months.
Thank you, Miss Vanwell. But most of the credit belongs to my very able first officer. He is the genius who discovered that palm leaves and a pair of scissors can be used to turn out a very presentable synthetic holly.
And the holly berries?
Mac, the chief engineer, thought of that. Red beads from a shipment out of Yokohama.
Well, I, for one, am not disappointed at not landing. I'm enjoying myself immensely.
Yes, I noticed that you are. And I should think my first officer is, too.
Oh, now you're teasing.
Tell me, though, Captain, in spite of all the festivities, aren't you nervous away from the bridge?
No, not a bit of it. I have a very capable officer on watch, and with wireless and everything.
But the Titanic had wireless, too, Captain.
Quite true. But not a wireless compass, not radio beacon.
And not Captain Morris's guardian in the unseen world.
Now, Mac.
Well, it's Christmas Eve. It's a true story, and the captain tells it very real indeed.
Please tell us, Captain Morris.
Well, I want you to understand something, all of you. Mac here was chief on the Lure Lane when this happened. Mr. Johnson, the first officer, was second officer of the Lure Lane, and Sam Benson, our present chief wireless operator, was also operator on the same ship. And it was a night pretty much like this. Howling gales, mountainous seas. Johnson's hands were numbed from hanging onto the siren cord. The crew was well nigh exhausted from standing double watches, and Sam Benson and his assistant Tommy were in the stuffy little wireless cabin.
Oh, what a night this is.
Yes, almost any minute I expect the wireless cabin to be blown clear off the deck.
Maybe I'd better get out there and loosen that rat tail. That line will get so tight we'll have the antenna crashing down on the deck.
I loosened it about an hour ago. They ought to be all right. The Aquitania. About 100 miles out of New York.
How would you like to be the chief wireless aboard that floating tower?
A night like this, I feel a fellow's a fool to ship on any kind of a boat.
Well, we're not as bad off as poor Mac down there in the engine room. Every time we roll, the water all but touches the fire bars.
And I suppose the siren's using all his steam. The old man still on the bridge?
Yeah. He hasn't left except for a cup of coffee for 2 days now.
First mate's still up there, too.
Yes, the boat's standing there hanging onto the rail and getting her faces cut to ribbons with that fleet. Why don't you take off the earphones and throw the set onto that new speaker I built?
On a night like this, I'm afraid to. Anything might happen. Some poor devil will smash into an iceberg and we wouldn't be able to pick him up.
You worry too much. That speaker will give you everything you can get on those old phones. Get a weak signal and try it.
All right.
See that? What did I tell you?
A pretty nice job, all right.
Sure, your ears won't be ready to drop off from carrying those phones for 8 hours at a stretch.
You better try and get some sleep. Another day of this, and I won't be able to keep my eyes open, even if the blooming ship goes down.
All right. See you in the morning if you're still around.
Listen. Am I crazy? Derelict on your port bow.
Oh, that's what it said.
Hang on. I'm going to the bridge.
Wireless for you, Skipper. Derelict on your port bow.
What's that, Bud?
Derelict on your port bow.
Hold the wheel over. High to starboard. Take it closer. Hold peace time.
There it is! Right on it.
Lay on the wheel. Lay on the wheel. Get the carpenter below. See what's damaged. You must have ripped half the bottom out of it. Oh, hang some old station! I send an SOS, sir? Wait for the carpenter's report. Yes, sir. What the name of all creation, Captain? Derelict, mate. I thought he'd run aground. After the near tore the engine out of his dead plate. He's all right, though. I sure do. Oh, we'll might as well go below to that inferno of mine again. Man alive. Of all the engine rooms I've been in, that one is one of the worst. You can thank your lucky stars for that wireless message. Unless you'd be on your way to the bottom instead of the engine room. What wireless message? A wireless warning us about that derelict. If we hadn't received that, we'd have plowed squares right into her. Wireless? Wireless? Yes, what's wrong with you, man? There's nothing wrong with me. What's wrong with you? How could you get a wireless message warning you about a derelict? What was that message exactly, Sparks? A derelict on your port bow. How could any other ship tell you that you had a derelict on your port bow? Good Lord, you're right, Meg. I never thought of that in the emergency. How could any ship? Unless there was just a few feet from you, as close to the derelict as you were. All right, Mac. What ship sent that message, Sparks? He didn't give any name, sir, or call letters. But maybe you know the operator. His name is Watson. Watson? Watson, you say? Yes, no mistake about it. It's Watson. Why, sir? What's wrong, sir? You're looking white, sir. Watson? Watson was my operator on the Acosta. He was washed overboard and drowned a year ago tonight.
I don't know what to say, what to think.
There are two of us, Miss Vanborough. I never have known what to think.
Could your wireless operator not have been mistaken?
One might, but not two. Remember, both of them read the message.
And what if they were both mistaken? That does not do away with the fact that all of our lives were saved by the warning that we were bearing down on a derelict.
There was no way in the world that any other ship could have known of the position of that derelict.
And no other Watson could have sent that message?
No, Miss Vanborough. No other Watson.
Have you no explanation, Captain?
Yes, I have an explanation. But whether or not it will satisfy you is another question.
Well, any sort of explanation of an affair like that would be welcome.
After you've heard from your sponsor, you will hear the captain's explanation of the wireless mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. In attempting an explanation of a thing like this, you must make certain concessions.
Such as, Captain?
Well, that Watson, for instance, snatched away from life without warning, without any preparation for death, would, in his spirit form, find himself in a realm where he would find it hard to adjust himself.
In other words, Watson would still be hankering after the friends and associates he had left behind him on Earth?
Right, Miss Vanberg. Since we know nothing of the beyond, we must make certain surmises. And if we accept the belief that consciousness lives on for eternity, then Watson would be entirely aware of the life he had so abruptly left.
Watson would be in a realm where time meant nothing. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow would all be one.
Yes. And in that realm of timeless things, Watson would see that derelict bearing down on us, his friends. Who knows what agony of mind he went through, trying in desperation to reach some mind in sympathy with his, seeking some way to warn us of the danger impending. I've thought of it. Imagine that disembodied spirit somewhere out there, moaning to itself in its anguished inability to warn us.
I must warn them. I must. I've tried to get their minds in tune with mine. If only I could get Sparks' attention. That's an idea. To find a wireless operator, half asleep at the key. One who could tap out a warning. He'd never even know he'd done it. That's it. That's it.
And so, somewhere aboard a ship, a sleepy wireless operator under the influence of Watson taps out the warning message that saved the Lurlane and her crew, leaving the seas, that realm of mysteries, another unsolved mystery.
In just a moment, Suspense with Van Heflin.
Hi, Mr. Martin.
Hello, Frank. What are you doing out here?
I've been fishing, and not for Autolite customers this time, Ab.
Autolite customers? No, I don't think you'll find many cars in the middle of the bay. Autolite resist a spark plugs either.
No cars, but there's plenty of Autolite in powerboats. You know, more Autolite ignition systems are used in marine craft than any other brand.
Old Reliable is the first thought of boat owners, too, eh?
It'll be hard to get back to town if you had a breakdown out here.
Yeah, we wouldn't get back to hear your Suspense show if that happened.
Well, tie up alongside and let's listen to it here. I've got my portable.
Suspense.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. Van Heflin in Anton Leader's production of Song of the Heart, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, you explain all that to the officer in the car, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah? Can I help you?
Please.
What?
I have a confession to make.
A confession?
Please, are you the officer that I tell it to?
Well, I'll do, I guess.
My name is Neil Wilson. I live with Aunt Alice at 265 West 19th Street.
All right. So?
Last night, I guess it was early this morning, I killed Aunt Alice.
Mike?
Yes?
You better get this.
All right.
Go on. You killed your, Tante Alice?
Yes.
How?
I took a pillow and smothered.
Go on.
Could I tell you about it? All about it?
Sure.
Well, I have a fine job. I'm the general manager of the Hand-S Company. I've been with them ever since I got out of school. I'm an orphan. I live with my aunt, with Tante Alice.
You live with your aunt?
Yes, I don't remember my parents. They died when I was just a little boy in an accident. Tante Alice brought me up. She was like my own mother.
Why did you kill her?
I guess I should start when I met Muriel Jones. That was only last Sunday at the annual company picnic. It was the first time I'd ever been to one. Usually I spent Sunday afternoons with Tante Alice. Everyone was at the picnic, from shipping clerks to executives, everyone. But I sat off to the side by myself, and, well, that's the afternoon that I met Muriel.
Having a good time?
What? Oh, yes, thank you.
Isn't it a lovely day?
Yes, it is.
I'm Muriel Jones, accounting department.
How do you do? I'm Neil Wilson.
Yes, I know. Do you mind if I sit down here?
Oh, no, please do.
Thank you.
It's really a beautiful day, isn't it?
What are you staring at?
Well, I didn't...
Don't you like my blouse?
Oh, yes, very much. I wasn't staring.
It's a present. Gift from a friend.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I like it because I've been told I had pretty shoulders. Do you think so?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Did you come alone?
Yes.
So did I. I had several invitations, but I turned them down.
Why?
Did I turn them down?
Huh.
Because I knew you were going to be here.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I've seen you at the office. You always look so strict. I wanted to meet you and see if you were.
Well, I'm flattered.
You should be. Most of the time, all the men chase after me. This is the first time I ever did anything like this. Got a cigarette?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. There you are.
Thanks. Match?
Yeah.
Thanks. And don't you smoke?
Well, not just now, thank you.
Would you like to take me home?
Well, yes, I would.
Should we go now?
All right.
Aren't you going to help me up?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Why, Mr. Wilson, how strong you...
You smell of sunshine.
What a pretty speech. You always kiss young ladies when you first meet them.
I never have before.
Never met a young lady like me before, have you?
No, I haven't.
Don't kiss me anymore here. Take me home.
I'd been out with girls before, but nothing ever came of any of it. I'm too introverted, I guess, to make the first move, and the ladies that I had known previously were not the kind who'd make the move for me. But Muriel did. And I thought that meant that she loved me. We drove for a while when we left the picnic, and then I took her home.
I like your car.
Would you like to go for a ride tomorrow?
You mean you'll pick me up in the morning? Drive me to work?
Well, I'd like to.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
About 7:45?
All right. I'll have some coffee ready if you like. Would you like having your morning coffee with me?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't. Thanks a lot, though.
That'll be all right. My girlfriend lives here with me.
Oh, no, it's not that. I always have breakfast with Tante Alice.
Who?
My Aunt Alice. I call her Tante. That means aunt.
Oh. Isn't that silly? We're standing out here like we didn't have a place to go. Why don't you come in for a few minutes?
Well, I'd like to.
That's good. I know you'll excuse the looks of the house. I left this morning before I had a chance to straighten things up. You just sit down there.
Okay.
Here, I'll put these things in the other room. Is there anything I can get you?
No, thanks. It's very comfortable.
That's good. This is nice.
You're beautiful.
Thank you. Just for saying nice things like that.
Muriel. Muriel,
What?
I've never known anyone like you.
You're just saying that.
No, that's true.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
Yes?
So do I. I knew a girl and a fellow once who got married 3 days after they met. That was love at first sight, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Is that the way you feel about me?
Yes, it is.
I knew the first time I saw you it would be like this, didn't you?
I hoped it would be.
Give me a kiss.
Will you marry me?
Mr. Wilson, how sudden.
Oh, will you marry me?
I should be delighted.
I drove home without knowing where I was going. I felt as though I'd never breathed before that day. I felt that I was the luckiest man in the world.
Neil, dear?
Oh, yes, Tante Alice.
Did you have a nice day at the picnic, dear?
Oh, I had a wonderful day.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure.
Why, Neil, dear, what's that on your mouth?
What? Where?
It looks to me like lip rouge.
Where?
On your mouth, dear, and on your cheek, too. Why, Neil, dear.
Well, I was...
You better let me wipe it off. Who is the girl? Do I know her?
Her name is Muriel Jones. She works at the office in the accounting department.
Well, how is it that I've never met her if you've known her so long?
Well, I haven't. I just met her today.
You just met her?
It was... Well, Tante Alice, it was love at first sight.
Was it, dear?
Yes, we're going to be married.
When, dear?
Well, pretty soon, I think.
Am I going to meet her?
Yes, I'll bring her here to dinner tomorrow night.
All right, dear, all right. We'll have a nice dinner for her.
Well, you'll like her, Tante Alice. She's a wonderful girl.
I'm sure she is, dear. I'm sure. You better get some sleep now. Tomorrow is a work day, you know. Is there something special you'd like for breakfast?
I won't be having breakfast here in the morning, Tante Alice. Muriel's fixing coffee for me at her house.
Just coffee? Well, that's not enough breakfast for a man with a day's work to do.
Oh, coffee's plenty.
But you've never had just coffee for breakfast, Neil, dear.
No, it's enough. Thanks anyway.
All right. All right, then. I'll just have a little fruit juice here for you before you leave.
No, never mind, Tante Alice. You can sleep in the morning. I'm having breakfast with Muriel. I don't know what time it was when I woke up that night. I'd been dreaming of Muriel. I remember the street lights were out. What woke me was some music from downstairs. Tante Alice hadn't gone to bed yet. She was playing one of her old phonograph records. It was a sweet, sad record. And it's a song that I'll never forget as long as I live.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Heflin in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Sweet little radio you have there. I'm sure glad we met you, Mr. Martin. Dad and I wouldn't miss Van Heflin for anything.
He is great, isn't he? Can always count on him for a top performance.
Just like Autolite resistor spark plugs, eh, Frank?
Yes, Hap. And right now you can get Autolite resistor spark plugs almost anywhere in the United States. It's sensational. why no other spark plug will give and maintain such performance. You know, Autolite Ignition engineered a 10,000 ohm resistor right into the Autolite spark plug that permits a wider spark gap setting and maintains it far longer than any other spark plug. The Autolite resistor spark plug is the best thing that's happened in spark plugs in years. A great new development of Autolite Ignition engineers working with the country's leading car and truck manufacturers.
They make a world of difference, all right. I know. Just had a set installed in my car.
Yes, millions are switching to the new Autolite resistor spark plugs, now available at Autolite dealers the country over.
Avast with the sales talk, mates. Here's Van Heflin and Suspense again.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Van Heflin as Neil in Song of the Heart, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You went to sleep and your aunt was playing this record.
He's up to the end of the day he met the girl.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what happened the next day?
Well, the next day, when I got up in the morning, Tante Alice was already up. Well, I don't know, maybe she hadn't even been asleep. The table was set for two in the breakfast room. The toaster was out, my fruit juice was on the table, and she was frying bacon when I came downstairs.
Good morning, Neil, dear.
Good morning.
You're early, aren't you? Breakfast will be ready in just a moment.
I'm not having breakfast at home. I told you that last night.
Oh, that was last night, Neil, dear. Today's another day.
I'm having breakfast with Muriel. I have to go now. I'll see you this evening.
We'll have a nice dinner, Neil, dear.
I'm bringing Muriel home for dinner with me.
Tonight? Oh, but dear, that's hardly warning enough.
You said last night that you wanted to meet her.
But so soon, dear?
Now listen to me. I'm bringing a girl home for you to meet. I love this girl. Now, I want you to be nice to her. I don't want a fiasco like the last time.
Neil, please, dear.
I don't want you pouting and sulking this time. I don't want to have to apologize for your actions.
I think that will be all, Neil, dear. I think that's enough.
If you aren't going to behave yourself properly, now just say so now, and we'll not come home for dinner. Now, that's up to you.
I'm only thinking of you. Now, don't be cross. Give me a big smile like you used to when you were a pregnant little boy.
All right. How's that?
Oh, you can do better than that.
Now, please, Tante Alice, I'm late. I'll see you at dinner.
All right, dear. You call me from the office if you decide to bring her home for dinner.
We'll be home for dinner. I'm telling you now, I don't have to call you from the office.
You call me, dear.
You see, the last time I tried to bring a girl home, Tante Alice had acted just the same way. She'd behaved so badly that I'd never done it again. That had been after the junior class party at high school. It's 13 years ago, and I'd never done it again. I waited for Muriel after work that evening, and we drove toward my home together.
Hold your head still so I can kiss you.
Let's get married tomorrow.
Why, Mr. Wilson, how so?
No, really.
Well, what about your Aunt Alice?
What about her?
She won't be angry at me, stealing you away from
Why
her?
should she be?
Well, the way she's hung on to you. For instance, why doesn't she live by herself?
Well, I don't know. We've been together so long.
Sure, but after all, she's only your aunt. You've got a life of your own to lead. She's got enough money to live by herself.
Well, it's not money. She's quite wealthy. How did you know she had money?
Oh, I heard someone at the office talk about it.
Oh. Look, incidentally, Aunt Alice might act a little strangely when I bring you in the house. Just don't pay any attention to her. If she tries to do anything or say anything to upset you, promise me that now.
I promise you. I can understand her being upset at someone taking you away from her, though. After all, it takes one to know one.
The rest of the ride home, we didn't talk. Muriel just sat close to me, and she held my hand in hers. I'll take your coat.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, let's go into the living room.
What's that playing?
Oh, that's the phonograph.
Pretty old machine, isn't it?
Oh, that's it's the record scratching. That's what she was playing last night.
What is it? French?
Yes, Tante Alice has a collection of old records. You know, this is the first time she's played them in years, since I was in high school.
Where is she?
I don't know, she must be in the kitchen.
Well, I might as well sit down, I guess. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Are my seams straight?
What? Oh. Yes, Look straight.
So hard to keep your stockings straight. I never can get mine long enough.
Well,
What?
good evening, working people.
Oh, good evening, Tante Alice.
And this must be Mabel.
No, it's Muriel. Muriel, this is my aunt, Miss Alice Tremble. Tante Alice, this is Miss Muriel Jones.
How do you do?
Oh, please sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Is the phonograph too loud? I was just playing some old records.
Yes, it is a little loud, Tante Alice.
Oh. That's better.
Is there anything I can do to help?
No, that's all right, dear. Just last-minute things like the gravy. I'll do them in a bit. I'll just sit here with you two young people for a while. Oh, my, I've had a day. Preparing to meet Neil's latest young lady. He always does this to me. Calls suddenly in the middle of the afternoon and says, I'm bringing a young lady home for dinner.
Why do you
Both
say
of them he wants to marry. Or so he thinks. As he said, he wants to marry you. Be careful of him. He's a devil.
Tante Alice, please. Now, that's not true.
Can you imagine wanting to get married before you really get to know someone?
Did Neil tell you we're going to get married?
He did ask you then. Oh, Neil, shame on you.
Shall we have our dinner?
In a moment, dear, in a moment. You poor little girl. And Neil has been acting the Don Juan with you also. You poor dear. Well, excuse me, I'll let you hear some of my records while I make the gravy.
Would you like me to help?
No, you stay with the young lady. Muriel, is it? I can handle things alone, just once. And after all, if she should ever come back here again, I want her to think kindly, but... Wasn't that a nice dinner?
Very nice, thank you.
Did you enjoy your dinner, Neil, dear?
Yes, it was very nice, Tante Alice. Muriel, would you like a cigarette?
Thanks.
Neil, dear, don't you think you should take the girl home now so that we can go to bed?
Well, you can go, Tante Alice. We'll sit here for a while.
Well, all right. I'm very tired. Good night, young lady. I do hope you stop in and see us again someday. I'm always delighted to meet Neil's friends. Neil, dear, you haven't oiled my door.
What am I going to do with her? What am I going to do?
I don't think I've ever been treated
Oh,
that
I'm
way.
sorry, darling. Please believe me. I'm sorry, but what can I do? How can I get rid of her?
Just leave. When we're married, we'll leave.
Oh, she'll follow us. I'm all she has in the world. I wish she were dead.
Neil.
No, I wish she were dead. What good is she to anyone? Hanging on for dear life to me, holding me, afraid that I'll go out on my own and have my own life and that she'll have no part of it. Oh, sure, she's been good to me. She's worked for me, but I've been good to her, too, and I've helped her.
We'll go away together. She won't follow us. Have you enough money?
Well, I think so. Yes, I have enough. And then there's always her money. She has it lying all over the house. She doesn't believe in banks.
Well, you could take some of that. I think that's fair.
Oh, listen, we better be quiet. She'll hear us.
Oh, I'll turn the phonograph on, then she won't. You're right, Bill.
About what?
What use is she? She has money that she doesn't need. She's unhappy living alone. It would kill her to live alone. And yet, I hate to say this, dear. I won't live in the same house with her.
No, I don't blame you.
I was thinking there are a lot of people whose time is finished.
Yeah.
You know, that they've done all they're good for.
I read once where Eskimos put their aged people on ice floes and push them out into the ocean. No ceremony, no sorrow, just that it's the end of their time of usefulness, and that's that.
Neil.
You know, it would be doing her a favor. She wouldn't know.
Well, you did say she wouldn't live long without you, Neil, but she'd probably die of loneliness.
She's never been alone.
And if she is going to follow us, like you said, then I'm sorry I can't marry you, Neil. And that's hard for me to say because I love you. I don't think I've ever been in love before. Never before you.
I need you, Muriel, very badly. I think that we should have the opportunity to make good with our lives.
Sure we should.
But how?
As gently as possible.
Yes. You know, I think...
What?
Well, after she's asleep tonight, just put a pillow over her face. No one will ever know.
It would be doing her a favor, Neil.
Look, they couldn't tell. I mean, they...
How could they? Well, she's old. She's smothered in her sleep.
Yeah, that's right.
And we could use her money to go away. After all, she won't need it.
That's true enough.
It's here in the house?
Well, all of it's in cash, $5,000 or something. Mary, look, you do love me now, don't you?
You know I do. Kiss me.
What was that? Oh, Tante Alice.
Yes, Neil, dear. I was listening to the record play. I'm so glad you children enjoyed it. It's a lovely song. You know what it means?
No. No, I don't.
Turn it off, please, Neil, dear.
It's all right.
Oh, I feel so odd tonight. I think I should like to tell you a story before I go to sleep. Would the girls mind?
Go ahead.
That record tells a story about a boy and his mother. The boy lived at home with his mother. And the boy met a girl. And the mother didn't like the girl and warned the boy away from her. But the girl used all her wiles on the boy, and the boy turned against his mother. And the girl told him that proof of his love for her would be that he killed his mother. And proof of the killing would be that he brought the girl his mother's heart. And so the poor boy killed his mother and took her heart to bring it to the girl. And on the way, he stumbled and fell, and the heart escaped his hands. And before he could get to his feet again, or even see if he was injured from the fall, the heart spoke. And the heart said to him, "Are you hurt, my son?" I cried when I heard that song the first time. Such a sad.
You'd better go to sleep now. It's late.
Good night, dear. Sleep well. Sleep well.
What an unpleasant
She knows all sorts of things like that fable, sort of. She gets older, she quotes them to me at great length.
Will it take her long to go to sleep?
No. She's told me a story. Now, she'll go right to sleep now. We sat there and waited, not saying anything, not touching one another, just waiting. Finally, after about an hour, Muriel suddenly kissed me. She kissed me hard, and she held me close to her. Then I got up and I walked quietly over to Tante Alice's door. I opened it, and I walked into her bedroom. She was sleeping on her back. I took a pillow from her chaise, and then, just as I was about to put it over her face, I thought I saw her eyes move. Waited. No, I was mistaken. She was sleeping soundly, just as she always did. I lowered the pillow softly over her mouth and nose, and I held it there. Watched her chest until there was no movement from her breathing. Then I opened her bureau drawer and took out her money box. And then Muriel and I left the house.
All right?
Yes, all right.
I don't feel badly. You did a good thing. It's just like a mercy killing. It was for her own good.
I know that.
We've got each other now and a whole life to live together without any interference.
I know.
I'll drive. Poor baby. You're upset.
All right.
Can I have the keys?
Yes, right here.
Oh.
What?
Did you take the pillow off her face?
Oh, no, I forgot.
Run back and do it. You can leave the box on the seat. Hurry now.
I heard the car leave, and I knew what it meant. And I didn't do anything about it. I just stood there. I wanted to cry. I didn't go into Tante Alice's room. I just stood there. After a while, I opened the front door again. Went and sat down on the steps and waited for the light to come. And all night long, I heard the record playing in my brain, and I heard Tante Alice saying, "And the heart spoke, and the heart said to him, 'Are you hurt, my son?'"
That it?
That's it.
I'll type it up for him to sign.
All right, Mike.
She's driving my car, but I don't care. I mean, if you want to catch her, she's driving my car.
We'll catch her.
What do I do now?
You come with me. Funny you're coming in here this morning. Although, of course, we'd have had a routine investigation anyway.
Because the pillow was still on her face?
Well, yeah. Although she might have had a heart attack, or the pillow might have smothered her without her knowing it. Most accidental deaths are pretty strange. Much stranger than the planned ones. No, I meant that you didn't look at the room very closely when you went in there to kill your aunt. Yeah, in here.
What do you mean that I didn't look at the room very closely?
Your aunt was a pretty smart cookie. And I guess she was really looking out for you. Warning you with that song. Anticipating what you were planning. We were over there this morning. The door was open, the prowl car spotted it, and went to see what was cooking. Must have been after you left to come down here. They found your aunt's body, but they turned in a sort of routine report.
Routine?
Yeah. This case looked open and shut. Because right next to the bed on her night table, in her own handwriting, your Tanta Alice left a suicide note.
Thank you, Van Heflin, for a splendid performance. Mr. Heflin will return in just a moment.
Why, that show was a knockout. Well, thanks for letting us listen, Frank.
Always glad to do a friend a favor.
You must have lots of friends, Frank. You do plenty of folks a favor, telling them about Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Well, half every car owner who switches to Autolite resistor spark plugs does himself a favor. When you replace your narrow-gap spark plugs with the sensational new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car. You get advantages like smoother idling and saving gas. So always remember, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Mr. Van Heflin.
It's always a great pleasure to join Tony Leader and his fine cast of suspense actors on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And speaking of thrills, there are plenty in store for you next week when Suspense brings you wonderful Madeleine Carroll in The Morrison Affair. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Mr. Van Heflin appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Doreen Tuttle played the part of Tanta Alice, and Betty Lou Gerson was Muriel. Tonight's suspense play was written by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Madeleine Carroll in The Morrison Affair.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Go slow. Death and danger travel in fast company. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with Madeleine Carroll.
Hello. Oh, hello, Tom. Where are you? Thought you were driving over tonight. Couldn't get your car started. Well, what's wrong with it? Uh-huh. Well, sounds like ignition trouble to me, Tom.
Why don't you call Ed's Auto Electric, best service station in town? He's an Autolite man. Really knows his stuff and believes in preventive service. You know, fixes things before they happen. Carries Autolite parts. You know, Autolite. Spark plugs, batteries, complete ignition systems. Yeah, that's right, the works. Oh, by the way, Tom, Autolite has that swell high-tension show on the air, Suspense. Ever hear of it? Well, why don't you tune in? It's coming on right now.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Madeline Carroll in Anton Leader's production of The Morrison Affair, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Oh, Mr. Ballou, there's a woman outside. She doesn't have an appointment, but she must speak to Mr. Ballou privately.
All right, I'll see her.
I'll lay you 6 to 5. It's a divorce. She's got that nothing must get in the paper look.
Will you come in, please? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ballou.
Please sit down. Dottie, buzz me when it's 1:30.
Okay, Mr. Ballou.
We can't be overheard here, can we?
No. Now then, Mrs.
I'd rather you didn't take notes.
Oh, well, all right. But I do need your name.
I'll tell you later. Do lawyers have any kind of code or rule against revealing confidential information?
Like priests? Yes. However, you want me to promise before I hear your case?
Yes.
All right, if it makes you feel better. I've handled hundreds of divorces.
Oh.
And never lost a patient. It is a divorce.
Yes, in a way. But he's dangerous, and there's a child.
The courts usually lean toward giving the mother custody.
I know, but Mr. Ballou, I'm in desperate trouble. I'm afraid. You can't understand till I tell you.
Well, then?
You see, I'm English. My husband is American. He grew up here in Boston, a very prominent family. The Morrisons. He's Dr. Paul Morrison.
Yes, I know Dr. Morrison.
Oh?
That is, I've heard of him.
Then you know he's a surgeon. I met Paul in London in 1939. We were married very soon after we met. And then England went to war, and Paul decided to stay in England to help out. He was different then. So deeply concerned over human suffering. The war changed him hideously. For those first 2 years in London, we were happy. Almost completely happy. Quite suddenly, America was in the war, and Paul had his orders to return to the American Army Medical Corps. We spent the little time we had left at a cottage in the country. And all the time I was trying to forget the one thing that had been preying on my mind ever since they told me at the hospital but I couldn't. And so finally, even though it was our last day together, I went up to London to do what I had always known someday I would have to do. It was late afternoon when I returned.
Who is it? Oh, darling, where on earth have you been?
I'm sorry I'm so late, Paul.
Never mind about being sorry. Come over here this instant. Give me a kiss. Want to know something?
What?
You're a heartless hussy going off and leaving me alone all day. Our last day.
Do you think I'd have gone if it hadn't been important?
Now, look, darling, I'm a doctor, too. I don't know what doctor you went to see this time, but none of us can perform miracles.
I don't believe in miracles, Paul, and I didn't go to London to see a doctor. I went to find out if we could adopt a child.
Adopt a child?
I know you've always been against the idea, Paul.
Darling, this is no time to go into a big, complicated thing like that. I've got to be on my way home by this time tomorrow.
It's not this time tomorrow I'm thinking about, Paul. It's all my life. If I can't have a child of my own, then I want to adopt one.
But, Sheila,
I sort of halfway picked out one at the orphanage today.
What?
His parents were killed in an air raid, and oh, Paul, you've always wanted a boy.
I've wanted a son, yes. But adopting a child involves certain risks. There are fundamental laws of heredity.
Now you're being plain old-fashioned.
You can call it anything you like. It's out of the question.
Why? Give me one reason why.
You know the reasons as well as I do.
All I know is I'm a woman and I want a child.
Sheila, come here. Look at me. Maybe I'm old-fashioned or overcautious, but if we got a child that way, picked him out like something on a grocery shelf, You might feel he was your son, but he wouldn't be mine. And the son has to be for both of us. Or not at all.
I stayed on in London for more than 6 months after Paul left. It was ghastly there for everyone. As for me, I lived in a fever of loneliness, worse than loneliness. Then my mother asked me down to the country to wait out the war with her. It was a summer evening when I took a crowded train from Paddington, and I sat alone in the compartment, numb with my hunger for Paul. You must understand, that day I wasn't myself. I wasn't accountable. You see, I had a double kind of loneliness. When the conductor opened my compartment door for other passengers, I didn't even look up at first.
Hello, missus. I'll shoot you.
Oh, thank you ever so much.
It's the window seat. Well, I want the window seat.
Now then, you two. I reckon the missus is going to want some of that fresh air for the little nipper.
Here, you can have my seat if you like. It doesn't make any difference to me.
Oh, it's very kind of you, miss, I'm sure.
Mom, I want to see the guards there.
Not now, Johnny.
But, Mom, you promised.
Missus, I'll let you know when we're near Reading Junction.
Oh, thank you.
No trouble at all, missus.
I hope Mary's not taking up too much room on the seat, miss.
No, not at all.
Well, she's shoving and pushing me, Mom.
Now, Mary.
Oh, Father. There's more room
Oh,
there.
no, stop, you just stop it. Mary, stop rummaging in my carry-all. There's nothing in it to eat. Oh, dear. Children can be such a trial. Now, what? Now, hush. Yes, I know you're hungry.
Can I hold him for a minute?
What, miss?
You two like to look at pictures. Here's a magazine with all sorts of pictures about America. My husband sent it to me.
Oh, that's kind of you, miss, I'm sure. No, thanks, the lady, thank you.
Thank you, Mom.
Well, that'll keep them quiet. A mother ought to be two people, that she ought.
I'll hold the baby while you fill his bottle.
Well, if it won't trouble you.
Oh, no. I don't mind. I sat there, scarcely breathing, looking down at the baby in my lap. It was as though I'd never felt warmth before. He stopped whimpering and looked up at me with very big brown eyes that seemed to hold recognition.
He's taken a real fancy to you, miss, and no mistake.
What's his name?
Jamie. It was his father's name. He was killed last week in a bomber over Germany.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. But at least you have the children.
Oh, yes, miss. But sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I think it would be better if I didn't have this last one.
Oh, no, you can't mean that.
Not easy, miss, with no man to provide. You said you're married, miss. Do you have any children?
No, I have no children.
You'd know if you had one, knowing all the things I won't be able to give him. I can't help thinking he'd be better off if I left him on someone's doorstep, so to speak. Someone well-fixed, like you.
You'd regret it all your life.
But it's his life I'm thinking about when I say it. Of course, I'm not brave enough to do it. But I wish I was. Oh, well. If wishes was horses, as they say.
We're just pulling into Reading Junction, missus, if you still want to get that cup of tea.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Mary.
Come on, Mary. Mom's going to get us something to eat.
I want to see this pie, sir. Well, you can look at the magazine when you come back.
No, run along, Buster. You'll wait for me outside.
All right, Mum. Come on, lazy. Well, wait till I get my coat.
I'll take Jamie now, miss.
I'm going to sit right here. Why don't I hold him till you come back?
Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you.
It's no bother at all.
Well, you won't have any trouble with him. He's always been a good baby. Come in, I'll wait. If you're sure, miss. Quite sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure. Maybe you'll say what I did was wicked, that she didn't tell me to take her child. But I know she did. She made her decision and I made mine. After a few minutes, I got up and carried the baby down the corridor. I was trembling so I was afraid I'd drop him. I managed to get off the train and made my way across the crowded platform. It was nearly time for the train to pull out.
Hurry up, girl. Train's leaving.
Then I saw the woman, her two older children coming toward me. I stepped behind a post.
She's a pig. Mary's a wicked pig. Too bad.
Oh, I stood there and watched the three climb onto the train. Then he began to move. And it was the brakes or a train whistle. If only I hadn't imagined it was something else. Above the racket of the train, it sounded like... like a woman screaming.
Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Madeleine Carroll in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello. Oh, it's you again, Tom. Swell program, eh? What? The name of that Autolite service station? Well, it's Ed's Auto Electric. Just look for the big Autolite sign down on Main Street. But wait, here's more dope on Autolite service. Listen to Frank Martin.
For expert ignition checkup and repair, stop at your nearest Autolite service station. Highly trained mechanics working with specialized machines are ready to give your car the best, most complete, most reliable ignition service possible. And when it comes to replacement parts, why, money can't buy finer ignition equipment than Autolite. Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of electrical equipment for automobiles. And many of America's finest cars and trucks are equipped with Autolite distributors, coils, generators, starting motors, batteries, and spark plugs right on the assembly line. So, friends, if you want truly reliable ignition, parts, and service, call on your nearest Autolite service station or the car dealer who sells your make of car.
Autolite? Autolite service stations are listed in your classified telephone directory under Automotive Electrical Service.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Madeleine Carroll as Sheila in The Morrison Affair. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I can't file for your divorce, Mrs. Morrison, until you and your husband turn the child over to the British consul.
My husband doesn't know.
He thinks it's his child.
He suspects something's wrong, but...
Well, then make a clean breast of it. Tell him.
Oh, no, he mustn't ever know. He'll kill me or Janie or both of us.
How on earth did you make your husband believe?
That was easy. I figured it all out on the way to Mother's. I took a bus at Reading Junction, then another train. It was almost midnight when I got home and let myself in the front door. Mother was waiting up.
Is that you, Sheila?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, you had me worried. Sheila.
There's a fire still lit in the kitchen, Mum. But don't ask questions now, please. He's hungry. I'm going to heat him up some milk.
Baby, is it?
He's mine now.
What do you mean, Sheila? Who was it?
I don't know. Here, hold him while I get the milk.
Oh, shh, baby, shh. You mean you've adopted him?
I stole him.
Sheila.
I don't ask you to understand, Mother. I only ask you to help me. Because I'm your child and because I can't ever have a child of my own.
But Paul won't let you keep this child.
If he thinks it's his own, he will.
Oh, look, the poor little mite's starving.
It may be years before the war's over and I see Paul again. He'll look forward to seeing his son.
But he's bound to ask where this son was born.
He was born here.
But there are records of such things, Sheila. The date, the place, the parents, the doctor.
I know. Mother, telephone Dr. Lucas.
Dr. Lucas? Why, he's a charlatan. He's not even a real doctor.
Oh, does that matter? He's greedy, and that's the kind of man I need. Tell him I want to see him tomorrow. Because tomorrow, my son Jamie will be born. That night, before I went to bed, I cabled Paul at his last APO address. Why haven't you answered my letters? Or don't you like my news? His answering cable came in the morning. What letters? What news? We'll phone. It was going to be easy. Paul had traveled so much. New York, Baltimore, 3 months in the Pacific. It would be easy to make him believe that some of his mail had gone astray. I waited all day for Paul's call and for Dr. Lucas. That miserable little man took his time about it.
Ah, Mrs. Morrison. I'm late, but your mother assured me no one was ill.
No, it's about my son.
Why, I didn't hear that
I'm
you had
having difficulties about his birth record. I've lost the certificate and I need a duplicate.
Why, Mrs. Morrison, I'm sure if you write
As a matter of fact, I want the record changed.
Change?
I want the certificate to say that he was born here today.
Mrs. Morrison.
It can be done, can't it?
It's rather difficult.
You mean it's expensive?
Yes, very expensive. There's the risk to a doctor's reputation.
How much?
£1,000.
All right.
No, I'm afraid it will have to be £1,200.
All right, but that's all I can pay. Here, you can write it out under this lamp.
One moment, I'll find the form. Yes, here it is.
He's the son of Mr. and Mrs. Paul Morrison. Excuse me, please. Yes?
Go ahead, Major Morrison.
Hello? Hello, Sheila.
Paul, darling. Where are you?
India. I turned the whole army inside out to get a priority. Can you hear me all right?
Fine. But, darling, why didn't you answer my letters?
Well, I answered every one I got.
Then the important ones got lost or something. You haven't heard the news?
What news?
You're going to be a father, Paul. Did you hear me, Paul?
Yes. But, Sheila, that seems impossible.
But it's happened all the same. Any day now you'll have a son and heir.
Oh, you've made up your mind. It's going to be a boy, eh?
That's what you want, isn't it?
Yes, it's what I want. But it seems like a miracle. I was dead certain that I...
Something wrong, Mrs. Morrison?
I was cut off. Operator.
Yes?
Operator, I was cut off. It was a call from India.
Didn't you hang up?
Certainly not. I was cut off.
Well, I'll try to get your party back.
Yes, try. But it's all right if you don't.
What is the name of your son, Mrs. Morrison?
Jamie Morrison.
Jamie Morrison, born July 3rd, 1942. You know, Mrs. Morrison, heredity is tricky.
There's nothing wrong with my son's heredity.
And then there's always the danger of being found out, as long as anyone knows beside yourself.
At first, some nights I dreamed that Jamie's mother had come to fetch Jamie. But that was only at first. I buried my guilt, buried it deep. 4 years went by. Then the war was over, and Jamie and I sailed to join Paul in America. The day I arrived in New York, I may have been nervous, but I was sure at last of happiness, as sure as I'd ever been in my life. Oh, Paul, darling.
My dear. Oh, I've never seen you look better, darling. Motherhood suits you.
Is that my daddy?
Yes, Jamie.
Well, how do you do, James?
My name isn't James. It's Jamie.
Jamie?
Yes, I've always called him that. I don't know why. It's a kind of nickname, I suppose.
Well, from now on, we'd better settle for James. We Morrisons never appreciated nicknames. Funny about his eyes.
His eyes?
I've got to look up my Mendel. Can two blue-eyed people have a brown-eyed child?
They must. We did, no matter what Mendel says.
Well, he's positively the first Morrison with brown eyes. But why not? He's the miracle kid.
The miracle kid. Blue eyes, brown eyes. I rolled the phrases around my mind, hunting their real meaning. I was oversensitive, of course, but from the first day I felt that Paul was hostile to Jamie.
Where's my miracle kid?
He's taking his nap. What do you want with him?
I'm driving down to the rifle range with a friend. I thought I'd take James along.
Oh, but he's too young, Paul.
Too young for what?
To play with guns.
Oh, that's just why I want to take him along. The sooner he knows how to handle guns, the better off he'll be.
Mommy, where are you, Mommy?
Here I am, Jamie.
Mommy, I fell off.
Oh, darling, what's happened?
I fell off the horse. He went too fast and jumped around, and I fell off the
off the iodine. He's more scared than hurt.
Oh, not iodine. Use peroxide. It won't sting. I told you he was too young to ride.
Oh, it was a gentle horse. Jamie lost the seat when it started to trot, that's all. We'll do better next time, won't we, kid?
But you're so Daddy.
There won't be a next time.
Yes, there will be, Sheila.
Jamie, go up to Mother's room, and I'll be along in a minute to fix your knee.
All right, Mummy.
There's candy in my bureau. You know where.
Yes, Mummy. I know.
Paul, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to make my son like my son.
He's my son, too, you know.
What you're doing to him, Sheila, he's not anybody's son. He's a zombie. I swear I'd rather see him dead than what you want him to be.
I suppose it was then that I first realized what I would have to do. That someday soon, I'd have to get Jamie away from Paul. I was frightened. I even began to carry a gun in my bag, and I began to make plans. I'd start again, build a new life for myself and my son. Then yesterday, I knew that I'd have to hurry, that I couldn't postpone my decision any longer. I found out when Paul came home from the hospital. He came directly to my room.
Ah, there you are. I want to tell you something, Sheila.
What is it? What's happened?
A big day at the conference.
Oh, you mean the medical conference?
Yeah, a psychiatrist from Chicago named Drake read a paper on psychosomatic medicine. Terrific. And then there was a curious report on euthanasia. You know, mercy killing. Interesting but extreme.
In what way?
Well, the doctor delivering the report favors not only the mercy killing of incurables, he advocates weeding out and purifying the race by studying heredity and eliminating those whose heredity is questionable. Real crackpot.
Horrible.
Sheila, while his report was going on, though, I began to wonder about you and Jamie.
About me and Jamie?
Yes. I wanted to ask you, is there something about Jamie's heredity that you don't want me to know?
Then I understood. The danger was real and now. For myself, but mostly for Jamie. Paul was playing with me like a cat plays with a mouse. This talk about mercy killing, heredity, this subtle, cruel talk, threatening me with Jamie's death, announcing in advance the mercy killing of a child who is inferior because he isn't a mine. That's why I've come to you, Mr. Ballou. I can't risk Paul's getting custody. I have to take Jamie away first, far away where Paul can't reach him, and then get a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to tell me where it's safest for us to go and get the papers I need.
Mrs. Morrison, I promised that whatever you told me would be confidential. I'm sorry I made that promise. If I hadn't, I'd go to Dr. Morrison and tell him that his wife carries a heavy load of guilt. A very heavy load. And it's coloring everything she does.
You think I'm insane?
I think you have dangerous delusions.
And you won't help me?
I can't, Mrs. Morrison. The psychiatrist might help you, but only if you go to him now before it's too late.
Mrs. Morrison! Yes? You have to go to the hospital. Dr. Morrison said for you to come right away.
What is it, Elsa? What's happened?
It's the little boy.
Jamie!
He got hold of one of his daddy's guns.
He's done it. He's killed Jamie.
Jamie was playing with it, and it went off when it was pointed right at itself. He's hurt bad.
Take my blood, Paul. Take it. I'll do anything.
Sheila, get hold of yourself. You're hysterical. We have to know his blood type first. The lad should be calling back any minute.
Paul, I'd rather you didn't operate. Ask Dr. McDonald.
Well, this isn't McDonald's kind of a case. Don't you trust me, Sheila?
I thought you might be too nervous being his father.
Am I, Sheila?
What?
Am I his father, Sheila? Dr. Morrison speaking. All right. It's the lab. Hello? Yes, Brooks. It's what? You're absolutely sure? You checked twice? I see. Yes, thank you. You gave the results of the blood test. We can't use your blood, Sheila.
You know from the blood test?
Yes, Dr. Morrison?
Get the boy ready for operation. I'll start immediately.
Yes, Doctor.
No, what, Sheila? No, don't tell me. All I know is that your blood is type A and mine is type A and James is type B. Wait here, Sheila.
Don't do it, Paul.
Do what?
I won't let you operate. I won't. Get Dr. McDonald. Or I'll kill you.
You're out of your mind. You can't shoot that gun.
I can and I will before I let you touch Jamie. Now that you know he's not your son.
I've always known it.
You're lying.
From the first moment I saw him. It's a proven medical fact. Two blue-eyed people cannot have a brown-eyed child.
And all your cruelty was deliberate.
At first I thought you'd been unfaithful. That Jamie was your son and another man was his father. But the blood proves he's not yours either. You adopted him.
I stole him, and I'm not going to lose him now.
We're all ready, Dr. Morrison.
Thank you. Wait here, Sheila.
Paul, I warned you.
Mrs. Morrison, don't!
Fell like a sack of dry leaves, and liquid the color of dark grapes seeped through and spread slowly across the front of his surgeon's jacket. Then people came and dragged me away. I've seen no one since except those who guard me, and my lawyer, Mr. Ballou, who came to tell me that Paul was dead and that Jamie would live. The operation was performed successfully by Dr. McDonald. Then Mr. Ballou began to talk about how to defend me against the charge of murder. Why not tell them the truth?
Let me tell you the truth, Mrs. Morrison. After you shot Dr. Morrison, he could have lived. He had to choose between his life and Jamie's.
What could he do for Jamie?
The bullet had lodged in Jamie's brain. It would take hours to find a brain specialist as good as Dr. Morrison.
But he didn't operate.
He ordered them to take him to the operating room. Then for an hour and a half, he stood at Dr. McDonald's elbow, directing every move of his scalpel. When the operation was over, Dr. Morrison was dying. But Jamie would live.
And so, in my defense, Mr. Ballou intends to plead insanity. But I wasn't insane then. Nor am I now, I know that. I'm merely a selfish woman. Everything I did for myself, not for Jamie. I can see that now. But Paul gave his life for his son. And no matter what happens to him now, Jamie had a father.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll, for a splendid performance. Miss Carroll will return in just a moment.
Hello, Tom. Yeah, I knew it was you. What? You just called to say thanks for telling you about Autolite? Well, don't thank me. Frank Martin's your man.
Well, friends, you'll thank and congratulate yourself for depending on your Autolite serviceman because of the way your car will perform after it's had his expert care. He's got the skill, equipment, and those great Autolite parts to put your ignition system in top shape. Look up your nearest Autolite service station. It's listed in your classified phone book under Automotive Electrical Service. And keep in mind, wherever you go, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Miss Madeline Carroll.
It's been a great pleasure to appear with this fine cast on Suspense. It's a program I've always enjoyed hearing, and I'm looking forward to next week's story, in which that rising young star, Burt Lancaster, appears. It's another gripping study in
Suspense.
Madeline Carroll appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose current production is The Luck of the Irish, starring Ann Baxter and Tyrone Power. Tonight's suspense play was written by Pamela Wilcox, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Gregory Peck, Edward G. Robinson, John Garfield, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Burt Lancaster.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Drive slowly. Death and danger travel in fast company. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.